turn it louder. Give me some energy. Give me some energy. There we go. There we go. Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to What's Stopping You Live. There we go. There we go. There we go. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be special. This is going to be one of the most incredible experiences you are going to have for the next 4 hours. Generally, I want this to be, when we're looking in December, you're going to say, Jesus, I am so happy that I went to that event. Okay, now, I'm a big energy person, as you can see. I didn't know my team were going to put in confetti, but thank you guys. Okay, so I'm a big energy person. So I'm going to ask you guys to do something very special for me. Very special. Hello, people at Zoom. Hello, all. So, every single person who's on this live, I don't know how many people there are, but I'm going to ask you to do one thing for me, and that's very, very simple. I want to ask every single person to stand up. That involves you guys on Zoom. I can see somewhere in your car, if you can. Get out of your car, but it's okay. All right? Everyone, stand up, stand up, stand up. Everyone in here, stand up, stand up. Now, here's what I want you to do, because I want to basically take the energy that's coming from all the Zooms, that's coming from the YouTube Lives, and I want it to just engulf me so that I give you the best energy that I can, okay? Is that cool? Yes. Cool. You stand up, and I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and all I want you guys to say is, woo! And we're going to do that 3 times. 1, 2, 3, woo, 1, 2, 3, woo, 1, 2, 3, woo. Okay? That good for everyone? Yes. All right, Zoom people, that good for you guys? Yes, I'm hearing yes. All right, so we're going to go. Right, so 3, 2, 1, woo! 3, 2, 1, woo! And then 3, 2, 1, woo! Okay, thank you. Now we are ready to rock and roll. We're ready to rock and roll, people. Now, throughout this event is going to be sensational. I'm going to be inviting a bunch of incredible speakers in. I'm going to be personally giving 10 grand of my own money to people. If anything at all that you see in this event, if you want to share it, be my guest. Tag us. We'll be reposting on all our socials. It's going to be an incredible event. I want my phone to effectively freeze because there are too many notifications, okay? Great. Now, let's rock and roll. So, why are we all here? Why are we all here? Of course, it is to launch my book, What's Stopping You, but why really are we all here for you guys? So, last year, the big word was to be unrecognizable. When you went on YouTube, you saw, be unrecognizable. Here's how to be unrecognizable in 24 hours, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? However, this year is going to be a bit different. This year is the year of being unstoppable. And that's why we have this book, What's Stopping You, to help you launch that. Now, for me, being unstoppable means something different for everyone. And I will group everyone who's been into this live as one of 2 people. You are either one of the ambitious few. The ambitious few is you've got talent, you've got ideas, but you just don't know where to start. And I call you guys the ambitious few because society wants to mold you in a way where they say, this is the path to go. This is how to do things. And you have effectively decided and said, no, we are not going to do that. And then there's the entrepreneur. You've got a business, you've got traction. You know that there's another level to get to. And that other level is what we're going to help you to unlock today. Because whether you're trying to break through or whether you're trying to break out, the question is, what's stopping you from getting there? And in the next few hours, we're going to spend some time helping you to not only get that, but also as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, to get to that next level of growth. And finally, also for you to launch that business that has been stuck in your head for the last few years. Finally, you're going to do that after this. That is my promise to you, for the entrepreneur and also for the ambitious few. And later on, I'm going to be providing an opportunity for some people in the audience to basically spend a full day with me and my team to make sure you absolutely blitz through this year. Now, as I mentioned, we are here for this book, What's Stopping You. This is a book published by Penguin, and this book is coming out in 5 days. We spent 2 years writing this book. And in this book, there are 11 cheat codes. We designed them into 11 different chapters, 11 cheat codes that are all designed to help you have the best year ever in 2026. But there are 11 cheat codes. But today, we are going to talk about the 12th cheat code. Ooh, the 12th cheat code. Ooh. So what is the 12th cheat code? What is the 12th cheat code? The 12th cheat code is the cheat code that would amplify all the other 11 cheat codes. It's the thing that would bring everything together. It's the thing that would enable you to take everything that you learn from the book and bring it into action. So if you are ready for the 12th cheat code, I want you guys to enter into the chat. I want you to say 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. One of the most amazing things is that I cannot actually see the chat, so I'm just going to assume everybody's writing 12, 12, 12. Okay? Now, what is the 12th cheat code? The 12th cheat code is very simple. The 12th cheat code is to be clear. And for the next 45 minutes, I'm going to break this down before I invite the speakers. Because this cheat code is the thing that's going to help you for your business. It's going to help you to charge higher prices and really become the higher level entrepreneur that you know that you want to be. For your career, it's going to help you to make better decisions, to help you to make more money and live a more fulfilling life. That's what this 12th cheat code is all about. Now, I'm aware we have thousands of people here, and a lot of you would know my story, but a lot of you might not. Maybe you've come from Lara's audience, or Chris's audience, or Simon's audience, or Dan's audience, or Tim's audience. So you're like, okay, I vaguely know what this guy's all about, but I think it's important to set the context here. So I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes just sharing with you a bit about my background and why this book is so important to me, why this event is so important to me. Why are we here? Because the truth is, we could have just simply just put on Instagram story, hey guys, we're doing a book. Yeah, go buy it. And that would have been okay. But we don't do things half-hearted, and it's important to set the background as to why. So, this is me. I was born in Hackney, East London. I am the son of an immigration marriage. A lot of people here might probably empathize with that. My mom is a British citizen, my dad was a Ghanaian citizen, and, they married for the papers. And that's a neutral feeling. I get that. I know a lot of people have similar backgrounds. And my mom wanted to have kids. My dad didn't feel quite ready yet. And my mom tells me this story, which always changed the way that I thought about myself. So my mom was 38 when she had me. And she tells the story about her wanting kids and one day going to church. And a woman came to her, pointed at her stomach and said, today you will give birth. And apparently on that day, she went home and I was conceived after months and months and years of trying. Now, she tells me that story, and for me, it always painted the picture of me being a bit of a prayed-for kid. It made me think that actually maybe there was a reason why I was here. And that's something a lot of people here can probably empathize with, that feeling of, I feel like I'm here for a reason. Now, of course, as I mentioned, it was an immigration marriage, and perhaps it was a very troubled family dynamic. And so there was a genuine conversation as to whether I could be with my parents or whether I could go to foster care. Now, that woman that you see on the right is my wonderful, amazing grandmother. She lived in Ghana, and she came to see me born, and she said, there is no way this baby is going to foster care. He's coming to Ghana with me. And so I lived in Ghana for 10 years. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people from the audience who are in Ghana. I live in a place called East Legon. And it was cool. It was nice. But at this point, I want to actually tell a story. I want to tell a story of another amazing woman in my life. I've talked about my grandmother, but I want to tell a story about my mother. Because when I was in Ghana, she was the one who just instilled in me a new sense of confidence and a new sense of belief. So as you already know, I said my mom said I was prayed for. So here are some things that she did to make sure that even though I was 4,000 miles away, I would actually end up being someone who could achieve anything. She would go to Heathrow Airport. Once a month, she'd go to Heathrow, and she'd find random strangers who were going to Ghana, British Airways, and she would say, hello, here's 20 pounds, and here's a box of books. When you get to Ghana, I just want you to call this number. And that number was the number of my grandmother. Just call it, and can you please deliver these books to my son? That's how I got books to read. And then another thing is my mom will call me every Sunday whilst I'm in Ghana and pay me to do book reports. She'd pay me £61 to do book reports. As I got older, I came to realize something. I came to realize that all that time, my mum was on benefits. So that £20, that £61, all of that was coming from a very small amount of money. Now, the reason I say this is this. Number one, you can now understand why I feel so strongly about books. Because when I was younger, books were the way that I was able to see the world, a bigger world than me. But I also say this because, and I'm actually getting kind of emotional. If you have a mother and she's still with you, after this, send her a text. Say that you love her. Go and hug her. Because the sacrifices that they've made for us have been immeasurable. So at age 10, I came back here, and I lived in a place called Old Kent Road. Now, for those who know Old Kent Road, in the 2000s, it was not a place for you to just, it wasn't the safest place, shall we say. In the middle of the B between like Peckham and Brixton, it was not the place, to be. And for those who don't know Old Kent Road, it's famous because it's the poorest location on Monopoly. And I came to realize when I started playing that game, I saw Mayfair, I saw Regent Street, I saw all these places, and then I see Old Kent Road in the corner, some cheap-ass area. And I came to realize, hang on, this isn't a game, this is my life. And it was the first time that I started to form this belief. And this is a belief probably a lot of people here can resonate with, which is, I don't belong here. Every single time I'll be coming up the stairs. We lived on the 4th floor of a council estate with no lift in Old Kent Road, Moby House. And every time I'd come up the stairs, I'd say, I don't belong here, I don't belong here, I don't belong here. I'm sure a lot of people can empathize with this, that feeling of like your physical environment is here, but your mental environment is telling you, I could do more, I could do more. If that's something that resonates with you, I would love for you in the chat, just type more, because that's a feeling that we have all felt at some point. And again, at that time, because my mom had introduced to me this love of books, I then started to read those books. I was like 13, 14. I started to read these books, right? I was reading How to Get Rich, The Dream, The Alchemist, 4-Hour Work Week. I'm like, oh my God, you're telling me these people are like building businesses, they're doing all of this stuff, and I'm here? No, there is a way. There is a way. These books became my form of escapism. Again, this is why I'm deeply passionate about this. Because there is someone listening to this who feels stuck in their surroundings, whether it's a council estate or elsewhere, they're looking for a way out. And this book, this lovely orange book, can serve as the spark and the map for them. It can not only inspire them, but it can show them the practical roadmap for them to build the life that they want. And you're going to see all these speakers here, all of them at some point basically decided and said, you know what, I can be more, I can do more, and then they went. And I want you to really resonate with that, because I know a lot of people here also have that same feeling. And the whole intention of this is to get you into that state. So, as I read all these books, I said, all right, cool. Everyone's doing a business. I should probably do a business. Now, at this stage, you probably are then going to hear, and then he did a business, and then he became, woo, really successful. And then the story ends. But no. These are a list of all the failures that I had. At age 14, I started a tutoring business that failed. I started a car wash business that failed. I started a door-to-door sales business where I somehow got fired from my own business within 24 hours. Crazy. I don't even understand how that's even possible. And then at 17, I started a business called Entrepreneur Express. It was an online magazine. And it was the first time I had some degree of success. I was able to sell it in 11 months for 110 grand. I was like, oh my God, this is it. I'm ready. And now after this, I'm now going to build a business, and that's going to be it. And I'm going to build a bigger business. And then woo! And then what happened was that I then spent all the money on dumb ideas. I started an e-com brand that failed. I started an affiliate site for dentists. By the way, side note, worst idea ever. Never do this. That also failed. And then I started a charity gifting platform. That also failed. So I started all these different ideas after I had a bit of a win, and then they all failed. And I ended up with this thought, which is, am I really going to make it? How many of you have felt that, where you're hustling, you're trying, and you're still in the same position? After that win, at 17, I just go back to where I am because maybe I just got lucky. I thought, one last time, because surely I can figure this out. I'm living in my council estate with my dad, and I'm like, surely I can figure this out. And I go online and I see this website, Prizeo. And what Prizeo was a way for celebrities to engage with their fans and win experiences. So for example, you could buy Justin Bieber merch and that would get you a ticket to then go backstage with Justin Bieber. I saw these guys were making a lot of money, so I'm like, oh, yeah, sounds good. Maybe I can do that as well. They were doing it in the US, and I thought I'm going to translate it to the UK. Now, at this point again, you would imagine that I'll just go, right, so we did that, and then the business became successful. Nope, it didn't. Because when we're contacting all these artists and these celebrities and everyone, we even contacted Adele. We emailed info@adele.com. Do you want to do this thing? And no one replied. To this day, I'm still pissed off at Adele. Every time I hear like someone like you, I feel very emotional, but then I also feel really angry. It's kind of weird. But then what happened was we were emailing a bunch of singers, and then we stumbled on this girl, Kira Rose. She was both a singer, but also a YouTuber. And she was the first person to say, yeah, I'd be down to do this. And the experience was that people could buy her merchandise and then win tickets to go to a place called Go Ape. And Go Ape, for those who don't know, is like an outdoor climbing place. And I remember calling out people at Go Ape because I was expecting them to basically give us a freebie. So I called them and I said, hey, we'd love to do this campaign. We'd love to bring Kira Rose over with her fans, etc. And the social media manager, Dan, he's still there. He's still at Go Ape. Thank you so much, Dan. He said the words that changed my entire life. He said, sure, how much? And I remember in that moment, I went, oh, I've cracked it. I went, oh, the business is not impairing these fans with celebrities. The business is that these brands like Go Ape are seeing these YouTubers as a route for marketing. So the business is actually charging these brands to then tap into these influencers so that they can reach a younger audience, because that's what they're doing. And that then became the story of Fanbytes. And that's probably the business that a lot of you guys know me here for. But now you think at this stage, again, we lived happily ever after. We figured out, and then we grew the business. This was in 2016. I was 21 then. We grew the business, and then boom, clean sailing. But again, you're probably noticing a pattern here. No, because one of the things I have found out about life is life has a crazy way of slapping you in the face. When you're on the high, don't be surprised when something comes and takes you very low. And unfortunately, this low is a low that I hope nobody ever has to experience. And the low will happen on the 5th of April. And we were having some work done around the house. And as I mentioned, I lived with my dad. I lived with my dad in a 4th floor council estate. We're having some work done around the house. Someone had come in to fix our boiler, and the guy asked me to get my dad to sign something. So I go in there. I'm like, Dad, the guy... And I see a sight that I really hope no one ever has to experience, which is my dad lays still on the bed. And I go, I'm like, Dad, and then I touch his body. It's cold, it's hard. And as a 21-year-old kid, I'm pumping away on my dad's chest. Like, Dad. I call the guy who came to fix the boiler. Please, can you help me? Please, can you help me? And I want you to picture this scene. Myself, a guy who came to fix a boiler, pumping a dead man's chest. And I remember when that happened. I remember calling up my mum, the first person, and I didn't cry. And then I called up my dad's sisters, my aunties. Of course, they started crying, wailing. I didn't cry. And then I called, at that time, my co-founder for Fanbytes, Ambrose. Then I just started crying. I just started crying. And the reason I cried was because actually a few years before, Ambrose had also lost his dad. And so what we had here was two Ghanaian boys in South London trying to build this business who now no longer had father figures. And I remember just once I ended the conversation with Ambrose, it was like something just took over me. I just remember thinking, that intensity that we had, we are now going to take it to the max. Now, I'm not saying you have to go through some kind of personal tragedy for you to do that. I'm just saying what my story was so you can really understand. And then we got a third co-founder, Mitchell. So that's us very early on in Fanbyte. You can see us there. And we just decided to go freaking hard. And from a standing start for three of us, we signed on a ton of these brands here. Burger King, McDonald's, Samsung, Apple, Nike, McVitie, Charlotte Tilbury, the UK government. We signed all of them to be clients for Fanbyte. We grew the team to a team of 80 people. Here are some of us going axe storing. And in October 2021, I remember seeing a lot of consolidation in the market. And I remember saying to my co-founders, I turned to them, I said, guys, I think we might be able to sell the business now. And you went through a process with bankers and everything, and in May 2022, we announced that the business had been acquired in a multi-eight-figure sum. And this was just a few years ago, when I was 27. And there were two things I did. The first thing I did was I went to my old apartment, and I stood there, and as you can see, I pointed there. And for those who can't see this, you see, I said, I grew up here. Fourth floor council estate, no lift. With Peckham a road away, we were firmly in the ends. 5 years ago, I decided to launch a business with two friends. We didn't have a rich uncle who could bankroll us. Heck, we didn't even know what a seed round was. We hustled, raised money from great investors, and we built a world-class team to disrupt an industry. 2 weeks ago, we were acquired in one of the biggest deals in our industry. Now, this post isn't to flex. It's to show that regardless of where you start, you can actually change your circumstances. I didn't choose to live in a council block. I didn't choose to make sure I was home before 7 p.m. on those dark nights. I did choose to get out of that. The truth is you have more control than you think. You may not be in control of where you start, but you damn sure are in control of where you finish. And I made that post, and then shortly afterwards, what I did was that I went to my dad's grave and I cried. It was the first time I cried like a baby. Deep from my stomach, cried. Now, this story of being an unplanned baby, leaving his family, coming back, family death, and achieving all of these goals at 27 is to set the scene for today. Because it's what I call speed running life. And my desire in this particular talk, before we bring on the speakers, and through this entire live event, my desire for why we even pushed out this book is that you would end up having everything that you would want to speed run your life and your business. And the framework for this is, remember, is to be clear. It's to be absolutely clear. So, I'm going to go now into it. Who is ready to know what the first C means? Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? Now, let's go in. Now, what is the first C? The first C is clarity. Now, I know you've heard it before, right? Clarity, clarity, clarity. But it's very difficult to figure out what is stopping you, to break through what is stopping you if you don't have clarity on where you want to go. So I'm going to share with you 5 questions that I asked to get ridiculous levels of clarity. You see, I use this for myself, and I use this when I'm talking to founders, people who are running 50 million, 75 million a year businesses. And I use this exact same question to help them to get razor sharp on their goals. So we do that first, and then everything else comes. So for those who are here in the room, for those who are virtual, I want you guys to get a pen, because you're going to need to write this down. Okay, so there are 5 questions that I asked myself, and I want us to nail this before we then go on to the next thing. We've all set New Year resolutions, we've all set these goals, but how can we get super clarity on it? So the first question I asked myself is basically I define, which is I asked myself, what is the destination that I want to get to? Then I asked myself, where am I? Ask myself, and you should ask yourself this, what's the one thing that can make the biggest difference And then I prioritize. I say, what is the one thing, what are the things in there? And then what's the one thing that will make the biggest difference? And then I go to the bridge. What are the specific actions that I can close the gap? So I'm going to actually show you how to do this, because sometimes it's easy to like talk about these questions and not actually do it. So here's what I'm going to show you. Everyone here who is an entrepreneur is like, I want to grow my business. It's like, all right, sweet. So do you and 10 billion other people, right? I want to grow the business. You see, that is a good direction, but it's not a good destination. And remember, the first part of all of this is to like define it, right? So ask yourself a question, what is it? So that's a direction. A destination is something like, I want to be doing 200K a month in revenue with a 40% profit margin, a team of 15 people, and I want to be working 4 days a week. You see how like that's a lot more detailed, that's a lot more specific. And so as a result of that, when you do that, then you ask yourself, like, where am I honestly? I do this every single time I have a goal. It's sometimes very easy to set these resolutions and be like, I want to do this. But then you don't ask yourself, where am I now? Because when you ask yourself, let's say for that business example, it is, well, what's my actual revenue? What's my actual profit margin? How many hours am I actually working? How do I actually feel about my business? And then what you then do, now you have 2 points, right? And this is something that we actually talk about also in the book. Now you have 2 points, where you want to go, where you want to be, and then the space between them is the gap. And here's a crazy unlock, right? You see on here we have all these gaps. The gap is not one thing. It's actually a bunch of gaps. So let's say you wanted to grow your business. Now, not all gaps are equal. So you might be like, I want to grow my business to this, but here's where I am. But in the middle, I don't have the mindset to grow my business. I don't have the systems. I don't have the team. I don't have the revenue. And then you just focus on which gap is the thing that's actually going to close it. So I'll give you another example here with health, right? Everyone wants to be like, I want to get fit. Great. That's not really a destination. What a destination is, I want to weigh 80 kilos, be able to run 5K without stopping, and have the energy to play with my kids without feeling exhausted. That is a destination. And then where I am now might be, all right, I can't go up 4 flights of stairs. I don't know what to do at the gym. I don't know what to eat. Now you have your gaps, right? Because your gaps then are, I don't know what to do. Maybe I'm not consistent. I don't know how to eat. And then I also am not accountable. And then you realize something. Oh, actually, if I just get a PT to keep me accountable, that person will take care of all of that. So that's your priority gap. So you see how we take something that seems like this massive goal. I want to get fit. And then we break it down to say, like, what is the thing that I want to do now? I'm actually going to show you how we did this for Fanbytes, because again, like, we genuinely just did this exact same thing, right? So Fanbytes, as you know, did this, right? Now, a destination could have been, I want to build a successful business. I want to sell my business at some point. And the truth is, that again is just a direction. Yeah, build a successful business. What we did, however, was actually this level of detail. When we started today, I said, all right, I want to sell the company for 8 figures before 30 while still being able to walk away without a crazy long earnout and the business not falling apart. And I was like, oh, where are we now? Well, we're too dependent on big clients. We're too involved in the day-to-day, and our numbers are just a mess. Like spreadsheets everywhere. Nobody knows where anything is. If someone was to come and buy us, I'd be like, they would have no clue. So then I said, what are the gaps? Well, we have client concentration as a gap. We don't have any systems. Nobody knows us in the market, and we don't have any leadership. So I said, what is the one thing that is going to change that exact thing? What is the one thing that is going to make all the gaps change? And it was leadership. So then what did I do? I just was like, cool, I need to hire senior people. Because if I do that, I can do it and they will fix the systems, they will diversify the clients, they'll make the business less dependent on me. One of the gaps will close all of them. And that's what I focus on. And here's a weird thing. Basically, within 6 years, almost to the month, we signed a deal. And I was just able to sell the company and just leave. That's the power of clarity. Can you see how like predictable and simple this is? It's like, here's the goal. Here's the things that we have to do and make it super simple. Does that make sense? Now, so that is the first thing. Here's how to get that clarity. And now I want to introduce you to L. Now, what is L? L is very simple. And L is to get loud. That is what it means. L is to get loud, loud, loud. Now, what do I mean by getting loud? Here is a quote that I've shared on Instagram, I've shared on Twitter, and people always argue with me about it. They beef with me. And I'm like, I don't know, go beef with your uncle, okay? Because this is This is what I believe, and I don't really care because it served me very, very well. And this is the quote. It is mediocre people who work loudly outperform great people who work quietly. Is it fair? No. Is it reality? Yes. So you got to get louder. So, what do I mean by this, right? Getting loud is calling your shot. If you've consumed any of my content, you probably realize something. I am not a quiet person. I don't believe that anyone who achieves anything of significance in life should be quiet about it. You should not be quiet about your goals. You should not be quiet about what you've done. Because I believe that, again, that mediocre people who are just unremarkable, who shout a lot online, who shout a lot about what they're going to do and what they've done, those are the people who win. And if you are someone who's excellent, that should piss you off. Because there was a time for me that also pissed me off. I was like, how the heck is that person getting this? I was like, ain't no way. Ain't no damn way that guy's gonna do it. So I'm gonna give you some examples of how I've been loud in Fanbytes. When we started, we just weren't like, hey guys, we're an influencer business. Yeah, man, come buy our stuff, yeah. No, we got loud. And I'll show you a few examples. Number one, we literally invented a word. If you go on Google and you search the word advertainment, I was with my co-founder. I said, guys, you know what? We need people to take notice of us. So I'm going to invent a word. I'm going to take advertising and entertainment. That's what we do now. Done. And every podcast, every PR thing, I said, we are the guys who invented advertainment. And guess what happened? People were like, well, if you say so, all right, cool, I'm in. Or I would set a goal, and I'll set a goal. All our competitors were doing cold emails, LinkedIn, all that stuff. And I said, you know what? That's basic. That's meek. That's quiet stuff. That's what everyone does. I'm going to set a goal to speak at one event a week. It could be 10 people, it could be 50 people, it could be 5 people, but one event a week because I am going to be loud about what we're doing. And then another example is I would go on press and PR and all these places and say, we are the best at understanding Gen Z. And we said that even when we were 5 people. People are like, who the heck are you? I said, I'm telling you that we are the best at understanding Gen Z. Now what? And what happened was people then started to go, okay, if you say so. And then the brands and those guys, when hearing us, then said, well, these guys are the loudest, and so therefore these guys are the guys we are going to go to. Because another controversial phrase, and you can tweet this, you can tattoo this if you do, is this, is that the world rewards people who are loud about what they want, and the world ignores people who mumble. In 2026, we are not mumbling. In this book, you'll see there's so many times where I basically say, guys, shout about what you want. Declare what you want. And then go for it with this intensity. Because the truth is, there is so much opportunity in the entire world right now. There's just stuff there for you to just pick up. So I'm going to show you an example of something so that you guys can actually take this, which is a public scorecard. So what is a public scorecard? A public scorecard is basically a visual way for you to commit to your goals and be accountable. In all my companies, right? I now have a bunch of companies. One of the things that we do is we have public scorecards. So literally, it's like a visual thing in the office where everyone can see it. It can say what our target is and then how far we are away from our target. And when we're behind our target, you feel the energy. You just feel people being like, yo, we gotta go, we gotta go. And then when we're ahead of it, you can feel this thing of like, don't let this slip. We have momentum. Don't let this slip. Now, for you, what could that mean? Let's say you're like a solopreneur. You're starting a business. I want you to pick 2 friends, and I want you to call them your weekly update buddies. Every week, send them an update on how your business is going, how your side hustle is going, how your product is going. If you're building a team, just take my idea and put a literal board in your room and say, every time you wake up, you go, that's the target. That's where we are. Put it amongst your friends so they know. If you are living with family or friends, get a Post-it note. I know it sounds mad basic, but I've seen this change people's lives. You get a Post-it note and you put it on the fridge. So every time you walk past, you know, that's the thing I'm going for. And they also know. Or if you're in a career, I want you to tell your manager, in 18 months, this is the job that I want. And don't just hope someone will notice you because you do a good job. No. Because as we said, the people who mumble don't get what they want. Tell your manager what job you want and don't wait for them to notice you. Now, we've talked about being loud. I'm going to be very loud about something. I'm going to be very, very loud about something. And I'm going to call my shot in front of all of you. Because remember, getting loud means that you call your shot and you say, you know what, this is what I want and I'm going to make it happen. So, one question I've been asked a lot is this, is why? Why are you spending so much on this event? Why spending so much effort? Paying for ads, paying for venue, paying for my team to fly in. I got my team to basically live in a house for the last 5 days to basically put this together. And guys, I'll be honest, I've already been paid in advance by Penguin. I don't need to do this. I could just post on my Instagram, guys, go get a book, and then see what happens. But I'll tell you why. I'll be super transparent with you because I believe all of you guys have basically spent your time for the next few hours. You're going to be with me. And I owe it to you to be super transparent, which is I have one goal. And that goal is to hit the #1 Sunday Times bestseller. But not so I can call myself a best-selling author. I mean, yeah, that looks good on Instagram and LinkedIn and, that's kind of gangster. But it's cool. But that's not the main reason. Because in the same way that books changed my life, I want this book to help change the lives of hundreds of thousands of people across the country. You see, when my mum paid strangers £20 at Heathrow Airport to send me those books, when she paid me £61 to do book reports from her benefits money, I remember I was inspired and it opened up this whole new world of possibility. And that's the same feeling I want to give people. You see, what happens is when people rally behind a book and a book becomes a bestseller, what happens is that retailers see it and they want to put it in their bookshop. But what does that actually really mean? I want you to picture this. Someone who could be your sibling, your partner, your family member. That person walks into the bookshop and they see this orange book on the shelf and they say, what's this? And they open to a random page and they say, hang on, this guy's from London. This guy is just a bit older than me. This guy is quoting Stormzy and Jay-Z, and he's also talking about how to build a business and how to get investors and how to build a network. And he's showing me how I did it. And he's showing me, hang on, this guy's no different to me. Okay, well, maybe I can do that as well. And that's the feeling that I want to give to hundreds of thousands of people across the country. You see, the feeling that we want is that feeling of them saying, hang on, this guy's no different to me. That feeling of I can do it, and not only can I do it, but here is a roadmap to do it, so I now have no excuses. That's the feeling that we want to give to hundreds of thousands of people. Because the truth is, we're all here for a very short amount of time, and the only thing that we can do is drive as much impact as we can. And all of that feeling, it starts with you guys here. You see, I'm doing this for that stranger at the bookshop. That stranger I might never meet, but due to you guys will have the mental and the business playbook to get out of their situation. That person who can look at the bookshops, they can look at the Sunday Times bestseller list and look at people who look like them, who talk like them, who have a similar background to them, and say, well, if he can do it, then I can. Because that's really what it's all about. And what I want to do, I'm doing all of this stuff, all of these slides, all this presentation, me in socks on stage. I'm doing all of this to send a message to the kids all around the world and to show them one thing. That one thing. And that's proof. You see, proof that someone who looks like them, talks like them, from the same background can be there. Proof that it doesn't matter where you started. Proof that your postcode doesn't decide your future. Proof that they're not doomed to whatever shitty cards life may have dealt them. And that's what I want to show them. And I can only show them if you guys help me get there. Now, to be number one on that Sunday Times bestseller, we need 5,000 books sold in the week before. This is the week before. And if everyone in this call buys a book, we've achieved that goal. So when you pre-order, yes, you're getting your own playbooks, but you're also supporting a mission. And I actually want to give you guys a bit of what to expect actually in the book, right? These are some of the chapters from the book. But I didn't just write this so you get inspired. I wrote this so you could take action. So for example, number 6, how to build a network when you are a nobody. I share methods that virtually guarantee that by December, literally by December, you will have a contact book full of successful people you can call at any time. Because I have done that. Even before I became the exited entrepreneur, I used specific playbooks to make sure that I had people that I could call on. Or cheat code number 5, originality is overrated. It shows you how to come up with great business ideas so you finally stop overthinking your ideas. Cheat code number 10, how to get lucky. How many times have you gone on Instagram and you've seen this person like, how did that person get that thing and I didn't get that? It's a whole playbook on how you can have opportunity flooding towards you. By the end of the year, once you've read this, I want you to be swimming in opportunity. I want you to be sending me DMs and saying, I got this, and that, because I read just that chapter. Even if you just take one of these things from the book, you're setting up 2026 to be the year that you become unstoppable. And literally because I want to make it absolutely undeniable that you actually take action, I'm going to add some extra sweeties for you to pre-order. Because remember, to become Sunday Times #1 bestseller, we pre-order during this period. So I asked all the speakers that you're going to hear from today, right? All these amazing speakers who definitely have not been AI-ified and look 10 times better, but it's okay, right? I asked them a simple question, which is, if you started from 0, how would you get back to the top of your field? And they shared with me some playbooks. I was like, this kind of dead. And then they shared with me some more stuff. And I was like, this is not as dead, but it's still a bit dead. And then they shared with me a final one. And I said, okay, now we've got it. Now we've got good stuff that basically anyone can take it and replicate your success in their field. So when you pre-order now on this live, here's what you get. Yes, you get a book, but you also get Simon Squibb's cheat code for building a personal brand. This guy has 22 million followers. Dan Priest's cheat code on how to build a business that prints money. Tim Campbell's cheat code on climbing up the corporate ladder. Chris's cheat code on how to build a business super fast. And Lara's cheat code on how to build a 7-figure business just from LinkedIn. And that is all if you pre-order now. So you get the book, you get the cheat codes, but then I was like, you know what? This still is not saucy enough. This still is not saucy enough. This is knowledge that these guys have spent decades learning, giving to you for free. And for all the VIPs, for all those who have already bought, I bet you didn't know this, but you're also going to get this free as well. Because you were one of the first people to take action, and I'm grateful for that. And for those who want 2026 to be the year that you finally start that business, not only when you pre-order do you get the book, do you get the cheat codes, but you also get a bunch of these goodies as well. You get this, which is an MBA in a day. I literally shot 6 videos for you on how to price your service, how to come up with ideas, how to actually become that high-level entrepreneur. 6 videos completely for free. We also created a 7-figure roundtable. 20 people paid me $5K for an hour just to get my advice on how to build a sellable business. When you pre-order, you also get that for free. And then you also get my goal planner. My goal planner is the exact thing that I use to plan my goals and make sure you hit them. So when you pre-order now, I've told you the reason why I'm so big on it. When you pre-order now, you get the tools to get started, you know how to get first customers, and how to design your business so you become a true entrepreneur. So sure, you can wait. You can wait, and then at some point you get the book. But you wouldn't get all of this other stuff. Literally, I sat down and I said, if someone read this book, what would help them to put it into action? We're literally giving you everything on the plate that will guarantee that 2026 is the year you don't fucking stop. So, if you want all of this, we'll drop the link here. It's that link there, ysybook.com. And our love is throughout the event, once you've ordered, just go on there, pre-order. Once you order, just put copy in the chat. Again, you know the reason why I'm doing this. I've been super transparent here. This book is the book that we know can change a lot of lives. Throughout the event, you can go on that link, but it's only a live link now during the pre-order. So, now you understand my intentions. Let's now go on to E. Are you ready for E? Yes. Lovely, lovely, jubbly. Now, what is E? E is environment. Ooh. Now, cheat code number 3 in my book is make it easy to win. Because here is the truth. We are creatures of our environment. You can be the smartest, most determined person in the world, but if you're in an environment that's constantly pulling you down, you are going to struggle. So what do I suggest? I suggest you make it easy to win. Now, let me tell you what that looked like for me. One of the ways to make it easy to win is just change your environment. Now, I'm going to tell you a story, and it's near and dear to my heart. So when I was growing up in Oak Kent Road, I had this laptop. It was a red Toshiba laptop. For some reason, this laptop always needed to be on charge. I don't know how many of you guys now still have laptops where after a year, suddenly it's always on charge. I don't know what's going on with these guys. So what I did was, even though I lived in Oak Kent Road, one of the things is every single Sunday, I would take my red Toshiba Brockup laptop and I would walk and I would take the bus 453 and I would take it to the most expensive hotel in the country. That was Claridge's. Why would I do that? Because I realized that maybe I wasn't the richest person yet, but at least I could put myself in an environment that matched where I was going, not where I was. I could surround myself with the energy of success even if I hadn't achieved it yet. And here's the crazy thing. Every Sunday when I'd go there, eventually the doorman would start to get to know me. And he'd nod at me when I came in. He'd call me, Mr. Timothy. I'm like, bro, me, Mr. Timothy? Okay. Wagwan. And that place became somewhere that I met people, that I had conversations. And I expanded my sense of what was possible. You see, just that single action, I was basically dragging myself. I was dragging myself mentally to be different. That's an example of making it easy to win. That's an example of changing your environment. And actually, in a very funny full circle moment, last Christmas, I actually went with my mom to Claridge's. This is a picture of us in the foyer. The same place where years ago I sat with my terrible laptop pretending I belonged. And now I'm taking my mom there and she's ordering caviar. By the way, complete side note, I don't know what happens to every mom when the kid starts doing well. Like suddenly their palates just become mad expensive. Suddenly it's like, Mom, I don't do plantain, I do caviar. It's like, those two aren't even substitutes, But this is an example of changing my environment. Now, what does that mean for you, right? Now, I'm not saying changing your environment means that you have to change your house or whatever. Maybe for the non-entrepreneur, it means just do what I did, work from a different location, one day a week, a hotel lobby, somewhere that matches the energy of where you're going. Or something which I've actually told a friend and she did it and it said it changed her life. Find the house that you want to live in. Call the agent. Book a viewing. Walk through it. Let yourself feel what it's like to live there. Someone's got to live in that house, so why not you? Or for the entrepreneur, join a mastermind or a peer group where other members are doing 2 to 3 times your revenue. Let their normal become your new target. There's a phrase that I love, which is you want to be in a situation where your ceiling is someone else's floor. Because then that is you constantly playing a different game. Spend time with people who've already exited. Learn what they know. This is all about changing your environment and it never stops. For me, for example, when I sold Fanbytes, I actually went to work for a founder who had sold his company for 200 million. Now, that was a bit of an ego hit. Candidly, I was like, I'm getting all these people saying, Timo, you're the guy. And then I'm actually going to work for someone because I'm like, you know what? I'm not the guy. I need to constantly be in bigger rooms every single time. And as I mentioned later on, I'm going to be creating a space and an environment for entrepreneurs to hang out with me and actually break through in their business. That's me creating an environment. But a question for you is, what is one thing you're doing to change your environment in 2026? I want you to just sit with that and think about that. Once you've thought about that, let's go on to the next A. And the next A is one that's a bit controversial and is actually avoid. avoid. So I have a belief, which is we're all here to get unstuck, right? The name of my book here is What's Stopping You? But I do believe that deep down, we all know what's stopping us. We all know what's holding us back. We all know what's doing that from having the best business we have, the best relationship that we can, but we are avoiding dealing with it. And the question for a lot of us is like, what are you avoiding? So I'm going to be very, very vulnerable with you right now. I'm going to share 3 stories of when I've been avoiding. And hopefully it can get you thinking about what you might have been avoiding. So for the entrepreneurs in the room, how many of you will call yourself chronic overachievers? You did well in school and you got good grades without even trying. As someone who was used to overachieving, I had a story that I always had to be the front man, that I needed to have all the answers. And because of that, when it came to building teams and partnerships, what I would try and do is I wouldn't hire people who were better than me. Or even worse, and this is the most stupid thing ever, you hire people and then you tell them what to do. It's like, why did you hire them in the first place? It makes no sense. That's not hiring. And you know what all that got me? All that got me above average results. Not bad results. I want you to get that distinction. Not bad results, just above average. How many of you know that even if you perform at a C level, your C level is better than a lot of people's A level? You were the kid who could basically get good grades without trying, but now he's gone into life and in business, and you're like, right, I just keep getting decent results, not bad results. And for a lot of times in business, I avoided hiring people better than me because in doing that, maybe I was acknowledging that maybe I'm not that good. And in 2026, I want us to get rid of that. Because the truth is, in you avoiding that, you are stopping yourself. A second story is actually this one. There's a phrase I love, which is everything you want is on the other side of a few hard conversations you've been putting off. Now, I have been in relationships where we knew we needed to have that hard conversation. We knew it wasn't quite working, but we just kind of don't say it. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, don't say you're hoping like at some point it will change. And then it doesn't ever change. And so you end up being this resentful environment. And at some point, it blows up because we avoided having that hard conversation. Now, there's someone that came to your mind when I said that. I want you to at least make a resolution to yourself that you're not going to do that you are actually not going to avoid that conversation. This month, this week, don't do that. And the final story I actually want to share about avoiding is about my wonderful mother. You see, my mom, as you can probably tell, is an amazing woman, sensational woman. But, she has struggled with mental health for a while. And for a long time, I avoided what that meant for my responsibilities. You see, I knew that she needed more support. I knew that she needed me to step up and be more patient, more caring. But I always told myself I was too busy. I told myself it required too much effort. And I avoided becoming the man that I knew that she needed me to be for her. For example, when maybe she might slip up, maybe she might have a manic episode, I would be very upset and I'll say, okay, you said this and you said that and that's it. And for people who have a parent with some mental health issues, you can testify how sometimes it can get really hard. It can get really hard for you to give them that grace. And I just keep avoiding that, saying, oh no, that's you. Until I realized something, that I was avoiding that. That avoiding stepping up for her and being that pillar of support was stopping me from truly living my life. It was stopping me from just showing love to others. It was stopping me from candidly showing love to myself. And a few years ago, I decided to confront that. And I was like, Mom, I understand that, things are different for you. It's not your fault. It's not anything that you have done. And I'm just going to be more patient. Yes, I now understand why you want things a certain way. I understand why you send me like a 16-minute voice note about something which to you feels like the biggest thing ever in the world. And to me, I'm like, really? But I understand that. And the moment I stopped avoiding that, my whole life changed. And I want to say for so many people here, perhaps it is a family dynamic that you have been avoiding. I want you to really lean into that. Because once you lean into that, 2026 becomes a year of breakthrough. So the question for you is, what is the one thing that you have been avoiding? What are we going to stop avoiding in 2026? And so the final thing, the final part of the clear framework is R. We come to R. So you've got clarity on what you want. You've been loud about claiming it. You've committed to change your environment. You've named what you've been avoiding. Now here's the final question. What is the final part of this clear framework that brings it all together? Are you guys all ready for the final R? Yes. Final R? Are we ready? Yes. You know I can't say that without having a controversial belief, right? Because I am Mr. Controversial Belief. And this is my final controversial belief of the day. You see, people always say this. Good things come to those who wait. And I think that is the biggest pile of BS we have ever heard. Biggest pile of BS. Because what it does is that it gives you permission to just, wait your turn. Yeah, man. If you wait enough, good things will happen. And I don't believe that. Because maybe good things come to those who wait, but great things come to those who run. And that is the R. The R is to run. Because you see, as ambitious people, we are wired differently. We don't want to cautiously walk towards the thing. Yeah, I'll get to my goal. No, you want to run at it. Run at it. You see, in my book, we have structured everything into cheat codes. And the reason why it's a cheat code, the reason why we call it a cheat code is because if you think about cheat codes in a game, when you use these cheat codes, what you're doing is you're pressing certain buttons, you're pressing certain things, and whilst everyone is still trying to figure out level 1, you are instantly at level 3, and everyone's like, how the heck did that person get there? That's the reason why we call the book cheat codes. That's the reason why we call the chapter cheat codes. And I'm going to give you a final story about when I have used cheat codes. Now, this is Charlotte Tilbury. And I want to tell you about this. This is especially true for the entrepreneurs here. It's about charging higher prices. You see, when we started Fanbytes, we're doing like 1K deals here, 2K deals here, small deals. And then Charlotte Tilbury inquired, big brand, big budgets. And I thought to myself, do I play small? Do I maybe charge them 3K? And then after that campaign, maybe do 5K? Or do I run at the version of me who charges what they're actually worth? I know a lot of entrepreneurs can probably empathize with that, which is a brand comes to you, a customer comes to you, you know you can charge more. But for some reason, you're so used to just like playing small that you charge them small. So I remember having that particular question. Do I do the 3K and the 5K? I was like, hang on a sec. I want to build a big company here. I want to build a company that can sell for millions. That's not going to happen from 1K here, 2K here. So I remember I just wrote on the proposal, minimum spend 40 grand. And within 24 hours, they came back and they said, sure, that sounds good. And even crazier, they didn't even take the 40 grand option. They said, we have 60 grand. What can we do? Imagine if I played small. Imagine if I just kept, 1K. They wouldn't have taken me seriously. They would have thought, who is this joker? This is not someone worthy of our brand, Charlotte Tilbury. I wouldn't be here talking. I'd probably be still trying to sell 1K, 2K deals here. So for the entrepreneurs, I want you to think about it, which is like, what's a number that feels too big? Why are you not running towards that number? Why are you still playing it small? In 2026, we don't play that small game anymore. At some point, you have to say, there is a version of me that is the big version that I know that I can be. Why not just run to that? Why not just compress time? A lot of us have this inflection point in our business where we know something's working and we're just walking towards it. Yeah, it will come. We don't do that. You might think that I need to raise money, hire a team. You run towards that. And so that is what the R is all about. Because here's the thing, running brings it all together. Because clarity without running is just daydreaming. Like, yeah, this sounds good. Loud without running is just noise. Like you're just being loud for no reason. Environment without running is just inspiration. And avoidance without running is just awareness. But when you run, when you truly, truly run, when you compress time, when you act like the person you know you're becoming, everything actually changes. Do you understand now why I keep talking about running? Do you understand now why I keep urging you to move fast and with pace? Because the truth is, all of this stuff, we can come on here, know exactly what to do, what to say, but then you say, I'll get to it at some point. And when you say you get to it at some point, you never get to it. So many times I've had that, yeah, man, I'll do this thing. And I don't run at it. And I ended up just forgetting it, or someone else ends up doing it, and I go, oh, okay, well, all right, I guess so. So one thing I'll tell everyone, which is run towards the hard conversation. Run towards the high that you need to make. Run towards the rooms you don't feel qualified to be in. Run towards the high-level entrepreneur you know you can. And I want you to run towards the life that you say that you want. Because remember that good things may come to those who wait, but great things come to those who run. Now, here's the thing, right? I can stand up here and tell you to run, but I also know that sometimes you need someone to run alongside you, someone who's already made the mistakes, someone who can help you compress the timeline. Now, I was very loud. I was very, very loud about reaching my goal of Sunday Times bestseller. Because, as I said, it means that the message can reach a lot more people who are stuck and don't know how to break through, more people who are the younger version of you and me, knowing they're meant for more, but not knowing quite how to get there. And so what I want to do, as I mentioned, to get to that, number one, we need at least 5,000 books sold. 5,000 books, and we're able to get this message out to a wider audience. So, before we bring on the speakers, I'd like to tell the entrepreneurs in the room a way that we could work together to grow your business and make 2026 the year that you get to that next level. And in return for helping me get this book into thousands of people like this. Is that all good with you guys? That all good? Sweet. So I've been hinting earlier, right, that I'll be sharing a way for people on this call to spend a day with myself and my team. Now, I'll be real. This is not for everyone. Right? This is for the entrepreneur who has a business, who wants to scale, who wants to get investors. They want to compress time and grow faster. There's someone who wants to speed run life and speed run business. So I'm just going to share with you how you can do that in return for helping. So when I talk to entrepreneurs, they basically have these 6 main issues. One of them is they've built something great, but it sucks up all their energy. They're in the weeds all the time. They want to spend time doing visionary stuff, but then they can't. Or the next is that they have a product that's good, but they know they can deliver, but when they explain it, people are like, oh yeah, that's interesting. You know, that's actually the worst word, by the way. Just tell me yes or no. Don't tell me, oh, that's interesting. It's bruh, no, tell me, right? Or they can't get in front of investors. They don't know who to reach out to. They don't know what to say. They've sent emails out, LinkedIn messages, and no one is paying attention. Number 4, they can't hire great people. You don't know who to hire at what stage, or even the worst ones is when you have the person who sounds banging in the interview, and then you work with them after a month and okay, this person is an absolute flop, right? Or you don't have a predictable customer cycle. Some months you're good, some months you're cruising, and things are going very inconsistent. I know I've been through that. A lot of entrepreneurs have also been through that. Or the final one is your business isn't sellable. So you want to sell the business at some point, but you just don't even have a clue to begin. How do you get the best price? How do you get buyers? And so to do that, what I decided to do was, hey, if I can help a lot of these entrepreneurs in return for them helping me get to that title, helping me to get to that message out to people, what could that actually look like? And so, only for the people on here, only for this webinar here, I want to invite you guys to something called the What's Stopping You Founder Intensive. And that's basically a full day experience with myself and my team where we'll share all our playbooks to make your business grow. So here's what's going to be in it. So the first thing is this thing called a CEO workshop. When I had a team of 30 people, even before we got to 80 people, I was still involved in the business every single time. Imagine I'm out here trying to do the visionary stuff, trying to raise money, but then I got to be in this meeting with this client until I had to change things completely. And what I would do in the CEO workshop is I will show you how you can move from just being inside a business to actually working on your business. And next thing is this pitching deep dive. This is all in a day. So at Fanbytes, we sold over 55 million worth of services in 5 years. And that wasn't because we had like the best products. It's because we just knew how to position the products in a way that people actually care about. So in the Founder Intensive, I'm going to personally sit down with you and rebuild how your pitch is, how your proposals are to make sure that they work. And then the next thing we'll do on that day is we'll do something called Inside the Investor Mind. Now, I have personally raised over 18 million for my own companies. I've also invested over 3 million of my own money into other people's businesses. So if you are raising money or you want to raise money, I'll just sit with you on your pitch deck and say, change this, change this, change this, change that. Okay, that sounds good. And even better, if it makes sense, I will personally introduce you to investors that I think is a fit. And as we know, a warm introduction from someone is worth way more than just emailing people. And then the next thing we'll do on that day is a hiring speed run. I've hired 317 people across my entire business. I've also made every mistake. So you know the L I'm talking about where someone sounds banging in the interview and then they end up being a flop? I've been through that so many times. And I'm basically going to show you the questions that I asked, the questions to ask to make sure that doesn't happen. And then the final thing, or the penultimate thing, is something called a funnel roasting. I'll sit down with you and my CMO of my portfolio companies, who's now sold over 95 million worth of products, will sit down with you and basically roast your funnel. We say, well, that sucks. That's stupid. Don't do that. That's dumb. Change your messaging like this. We're going to roast it and tell you where you're leaking money. And then on the day, we'll close the day with an exit accelerator. You see, I started planning Fanbytes exit 3 years before we did. There's a reason why we got an all-cash multi-8-figure deal, and people were literally fighting to give us money. And also since then, I've sold 2 companies. One for 23 million and another for 19 million, an agency business and a media business. So in this session, on that day, myself and my banker friends are going to sit down and basically tell you, this is who could buy you, this is why they might buy you, and we'll give you a 24-month personalized exit roadmap to make sure you're pressing the right keys to do that. So that's all of this. And then, to wrap everything up on that day, we are going to go for an all expenses, all paid, luxury private dinner at Claridge's. You can see how it all comes full circle now. In the same way that as a kid, I was there and I was thinking, man, what will happen if I make it? And now this I'm doing for the people who I also want to make it. You see, the goal of the day is simple. It's to help you to basically speed run your business and get the cheat codes in return for helping us to get to the mission, to spread the mission to more people. Now, you might be wondering, all right, what are some of the breakthroughs that you'd get? I thought actually I'll just show you some examples because it's all good me being on here and be like, oh yeah, you can do this, you can do that. I'm going to show you some people who basically we've worked with and seen the results they get. This is Emmy and Tom, incredible entrepreneurs. And they're 2 young entrepreneurs who built a business called Spark Tutoring, a tutoring company. And when they came to me, they were trying to understand how they basically get out of the weeds and stop being so involved, but also how they could maximize their marketing. You know what I mean when it's like you're spending, but you're not quite sure how to maximize it? We've just had a few conversations, and here's what they said, right? Timo's mentoring created a positive pressure. We needed no fluff. You can tell I don't do fluff. His intros to high-level people open up doors that would otherwise have taken longer to access. Our business is set to double within the first 5 months, and number of revenue streams have all doubled. And that's just after a few conversations. Oh, a friend here, Arjun, he runs a supplements business called Freeso. When I first met him, he was in the early stages of Freeso. So we just did a walk around Elephant and Castle. And throughout the night, I helped him to rethink his marketing, his positioning, how to build out a team. And here's what he had to say. Hand on heart, that one conversation with Timo changed my business. Since then, we've grown to over 50 people and revenues of more than 50 million a year. I built a senior team that's created enormous leverage, and none of that would have been possible without Timo's influence and guidance. Now, the reason I show this is basically to show that that's just after a few conversations. I imagined a whole day with myself and my team. Now, the truth is, people pay me 15 grand for half a day of my time. That's just a standard rate. But remember that this is not about me consulting you. This is about us running together. So you're helping me hit a goal that matters. You're helping getting this book to number one. You're getting into the hands of people who need it. And in return, I'm giving you everything that we described. The full day, the pitch review, the investor roadmap, the hiring session, the funnel critique, the exit workshop, the dinner, including thousands of notes and lessons from building companies for the last 16 years. So it's at this point that the course gurus, the dinner will be 10,000, the funnel thing 20,000, but for you today, you're gonna get it. No, I'm not going to insult your intelligence. I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to say is, for all of this, as well as the dinner, the cost, very simple. The cost is 100 books plus shipping. So that's about 2 grand. And actually, here's what you're actually paying for. Because actually to send a book out, a simple book, £6 printing and paper. Royalty share for me, £1. Wow. Distribution, £4. Marketing fee, £4. Retailer margin, £4. VAT and tax, £4. And that's not even mentioning the dinner at Clarity. As you see, it's a very expensive dinner. So if you buy 100 books, I would net, £1 a book, let's go! See, my goal is to make this such a no-brainer for you that it will be crazy for you to say no. Now, I've got good news, and I've got bad news. The good news is that this is only for people at this live event. So that's great, that's amazing. The bad news is this is only for 25 people. And we have thousands of people on the call. We have, I know, at least 560 people on here have made 7 figures this year. We only have 25 spots. And that's all we have. And the reason why is, I'll be very transparent with you. Did you see how intensive we were talking about going with you guys? Do you think I have that time and that energy to go that intensive? I physically cannot do this for hundreds of people and give everyone the attention they deserve. I'm never going to be doing this again because candidly, if it wasn't for the book, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm like, bro, pay me my 15 grand for half a day. But I'm not doing that. Because for me, it's very important that we get to this. The investment is the cost of 100 books plus shipping and handling. You get the founder intensive, you get a full day with me, you get every single thing that I've mentioned, and together we hit that 5,000 book target. Together we make this book a Sunday Times bestseller. Together we change lives. Because remember, it's 25 spots. When they're gone, they're gone. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link in there. You can then go and get the books. It's for the first 25 people to do this. And that's it. And as you actually get in this, I want to also address something, which is a question that you probably have if you want to get this founder intensive, which is, but Timo, I don't need 100 books. You're completely right. You don't need 100 books. So I want to introduce you to the final thing here, which is something I really am so moved by. And that's the What's Stopping You gifting program. So I'll tell you what this is. We've partnered up with 3 types of organizations. We've partnered up with state schools, schools like Peckham Academy, schools like my old school, City of London Academy. I want you to picture a kid sitting in his classroom now, knowing they're meant for more but not having the map. That was me. That was probably a lot of us on this call. Nobody gave us the map. So when you buy 100 books, we'll give as much as you need for yourself, your team, and your friends, and then we'll give the rest to partnering schools like this, so that the kids can finally get the map that they need. The second organization that we've partnered up with are prisons. We've partnered up with prisons like HMP Belmarsh. Picture someone who went down the wrong path. Maybe they've made mistakes. They're trying to rebuild. They want a second shot. when you buy the Founder Intensive and buy the 100 books, we gift the ones that you don't need to ex-inmates and ex-offenders so that this book can be the start of their new journey. And then the third one is one that you're going to love and laugh. It's chicken shops. And I know that sounds funny, but I'm serious. Because where do most kids go and hang out after school? Where did I hang out after school? It was at the Morley's. And at that point, if as I'm getting my 4 wings and chips, I see this book there. As I'm waiting, I can pick up that book and go, hang on. This guy just lived near here. This guy is talking about stuff that I know. Maybe that book can be the spark for them. Now you understand why we said chicken and chip shops. Now you understand how that pairs up with the schools. Now you understand how that pairs up with the prisons. We're doing this all so that we can drive as much impact as possible. Now, when I started this live, remember I said that we need 5,000 books. When I started this live, we were on 1,608. So when 25 people buy the 100 books, that's 4,100 books sold. And I already know that we've got a bunch of individual orders as I've already started. That leaves 900 for us to get to that Sunday Times bestseller. And we know what that means. So, if you want it, be one of the first 25. When you buy the 100 books, you're not just getting the Founder Intensive. You're not just speed running your business. You're not just increasing your chances of success. You're changing lives across the country. And that's what this is about. You grow your business, you impact people, and you drive real change. Now, if you are looking on stage, you can probably see there is a massive gong on here. Why on earth is there a freaking gong on stage? This is what I call the Founder Intensive gong. And when someone invests in the Founder Intensive, when someone joins us, when someone's one of those 25, what we will do is we'll bang that gong, and then we will then say their name to celebrate them. We'll use it to celebrate them and invite them into being part of the mission. Remember, you guys doing that are people who actually do it. You guys are people who do that. So,
well, Timo, I can tell you we already have 2 sign-ups.
Oh, shit. Okay, all right, cool.
So,
Sam, okay, all right, wait, hang on. Okay, this was unexpected. Who is it? Sam Leader. All right, 1, 2, 3. Sam Leader, thank you for joining the Founder Intensive. And then who's Rob Angel? Rob Angel, I don't know who you are. Amazing. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for supporting the Founder Intensive. I also didn't realize how loud this was. It's actually mad loud, right? Thank you guys for supporting Founder Intensive. So that's 2 people. We have 23 spots left. Okay, that's insane. Now, I want to say one thing. You've heard my story. You've heard the clear framework to help you unlock the next level. And now you've heard my reason for wanting this book to become a Sunday Times bestseller. We're going to have some great speakers on, right? Tim, Lara, Simon, Dan, all these people. And I'm also giving away 10 grand of my own money throughout this entire event. And so...
We've got 2 more.
Ben Lazarus. Who? What's his name?
Ben Lazarus.
Ben Lazarus. Ben Lazarus, thank you.
And Ethan Herman.
Ethan Herman, thank you very much. Okay. All right. So, thank you, guys. Okay, so that's 4 people gone. Okay. So, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to my team. Thank you to everyone who's shown up today. I want to say thank you to everyone who's bought at least 1 book. Thank you to the people who in the future are going to be joining the other 4 people in the Founder Intensive. This has been a year in the making. It's going to be an incredible event. This book was written to help you to really break through to the next level in your life and in your business. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. So, now we bring on the speakers. Now we bring on the amazing speakers. Now, the person I am going to invite to the stage is a guy who I absolutely love listening to his WhatsApps. I love reading his WhatsApp because it's always positive, it's always good energy, it's always great vibes. He is a guy who has just absolutely defied stereotypes and been a face on so many of our TV screens. It is, of course, my wonderful friend, Tim Campbell! Woo! All right. Cooking.
Tim, this is amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
I need to ask you a question though.
Yeah.
Because you said there's only 25 spots.
Yeah.
I need one of those spots. Not for me, but I want, in the light of what you've been doing, I love the message that you're sending out in terms of, off the back of your success, you want to empower others.
Yes.
And that's the power of getting to number one.
Yeah.
And I think the difficulty for many is that there's some great entrepreneurs, some brilliant ideas who may not at this immediate time have the capital to do that.
Okay.
But if I can support that in some way, shape,
wow.
by holding one of those spots, I think that will take it to 5. Now you've got.
Yeah.
Don't bang the thing, my ears can't take it. But just know I'm good for that later.
Okay, amazing. That's number 5. Bang it again. No. Okay, amazing. So, Tim, thank you so much. I also clocked that he's wearing orange to rep the orange. Come on.
Listen, details. It's details.
So, Tim, for the next, I think, 15, 20 minutes, we have some questions for people, for you.
Yep.
And I am going to go through them. But now, this first question, because VIP's got to submit their question. This first question is from Mr. Alexander Gill. He said, out of all the things you've learned in your career in life, what would be the most valuable advice you'd give to your younger self?
Wow. I think that's a slight diss that I'm older. Is that no, okay, fine. But essentially, if I had to think back to when I was younger, I spent far too much time comparing myself to other people. As a young man in school in East London, I was constantly looking at others who had the ability to sit down attentively in every single class, who were the top of the class in terms of what they're doing, who never got detention or were never told off. But actually what I realised, being a disruptor, even if it was negative in some situations, was actually part of my USP. That is who I was. And rather than trying to emulate others and what they were good at, I had to really focus on what I was good at. So for Alexander and anybody else out there, I think it's really important to, from as early as possible, realise that you are unique for a reason. But finding where you add most value and the space that you're supposed to be is going to be the most important thing. Because trying to be like everybody else is ridiculous. And when you get to a certain position, as you well know, you can hire everybody else who's not like you and just do what you need to do.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And actually, in the book, there's a chapter, I think it's like cheat code number 8, is working with your internal scorecard. Like the whole idea is how you can work towards you, as opposed to then just like comparing yourself to others. So it's,
I love how you've called it cheat code. I need to ask you this question because do people feel like it's a negative thing as a cheat code?
People, so at first I thought people might think it's a negative thing. But actually, for me, I kind of see it as an unfair thing.
Yes.
And don't we all kind of want an unfair advantage in life?
I love that. Do you know what? I grew up. If you're like me, I used to play arcade games. And someone would always be on it as soon as there was a cheat code that was sent out.
Boom, 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 boom.
And you put it in straight away. And I think what I realise now through talking with you and seeing what you've done by outlining the 11 cheat codes is actually they're not cheating. That's the wrong way to perceive it. Actually, those codes were already in the system. They already exist. So you're not recreating anything that was impossible, that's out of sight. What you're actually doing is going back to your first C, which is the clarity. You're giving people the clarity to see what's already there. Indeed. So when people hear about cheat codes, sometimes they get misconceived, like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get a hack and I'm going to cheat the way to the top. You're not doing that. What you're actually doing, you're hearing from people who have been there, done it, got the receipts to prove it, who are sharing the system and how to navigate that system in the right way. So it's like a driving instructor. The driving instructor has the cheat code. He can teach you how to drive. But everyone can drive if you know the right way to do it, right?
100%. That's good. I love that. I love that. Next question is from Ashish Rishi. He said, Tim, what did you stop doing that mattered more than what you started doing?
Wow.
That's a great question. That's a wonderful question.
What's a question? I think for me, what I encouraged my children. I think about my children. I'm a parent now. I'm really lucky. I've got 2 beautiful children who kind of still think I'm kind of cool. And I think what I've encouraged them to do is stop saying yes to please people who have no control over your outcomes. I think we spend a huge amount of time trying to please people who don't really matter. And actually, the first person you have to please is the person in the mirror. You have to be really clear about, are you doing things that are going to benefit you and take you forward, rather than in this social media generated environment, pleasing people for artificial likes and support. None of that is important. The stuff that is most important, the things that I had to be really clear about doing first is pleasing people that were going to help me to get to where I needed to get to. Not the people who were going to make me feel okay and cool. Because the human condition is really interesting, I think, right? My first degree was psychology. And what we spend a huge amount of time as humans is that we have to fit in with the group of people that we associate ourselves with. And you either lower your standards because you don't want to be an outsider, be the odd one out, or find a different group where you can raise your standards to be the person that you're destined to be. And once I understood that, once I started saying yes to people who were going to have a beneficial impact on my life, my environment, the things that you've talked about, that's when my life started to get better, because I started to listen to people who had my best intentions at heart. I started to receive information that was going to take me from the place I was to the place I wanted to be. So it's really important to stop saying yes to people who have no benefit to the outcomes that you actually want to achieve.
That's powerful. That's very powerful. One other question that we have here is actually one that someone DM'd me, and he said, please, can you ask Tim this? There were 3 questions DM'd me. One of them was, what is a very specific thing that you've seen people do in the corporate world that's helped them to get promoted faster?
Okay, I think that's a really interesting angle that the questions come from, because a lot of the focus that we're rightly talking about is generating wealth or creating real wealth for ourselves, transformational, generational wealth. But there's also a false dichotomy that exists where people want to pit entrepreneurs like yourself and I, who have done stuff on that very narrow road, right, against people who are in corporate environments and working for other people. I don't think those things should be a dividing point. I think it's about how can you be successful? How can you navigate to get to a point of success? And some people will rightfully be great, successful intrapreneurs within corporate structures. And I think they are to be as celebrated as wonderful entrepreneurs like yourself who go out and do it for themselves, right? Because we, in this environment, in our economies, we need both to be successful. So the question, I think, is very, very important and very important. I think for me, one of the key things to think about when you're trying to be successful within a corporate environment is make your boss successful. Because in an environment where you're rewarded for certain things, we know for our businesses, the P&L is the be all and end all. Unless the numbers make sense, nothing's happening, right? People don't get paid, we aren't going to get our valuations, nothing's going to make sense. But in a corporate structure, it's very, very specific. It's about you have some KPIs, you will be measured on those on an appraisal. Did you deliver, yes or no? So it's very similar. Did you make the sales? Yes or no? Did you make the orders? Yes or no? And if you can make and understand what your boss's dilemmas and problems are and solve those, you will accelerate your promotional journey within a corporate environment. The ones who I see who don't make it, who try to just focus on themselves being successful rather than understanding they're part of a team dynamic. And the most important person in a hierarchical structure of a team dynamic is your boss. So understand what are their KPIs which they're delegating to you, and see if you can go above and beyond what he gives you or she gives you as a responsibility to make their job easier. What gets promoted is people who take away problems and promote solutions. If you can be the problem solver within an organization, that's going to accelerate your journey.
Okay, we have 3 more questions, Tim. And so the next one here is from Isaac Francis, and it is, when do you know when to quit an idea? That's a big one, because society tells us don't quit, but low key, quitting could be the best thing that you do, and then work on something else. But Tim, I'm going to let you speak.
It's so tough, right? It's because if you've come up with an idea and you're wedded to it, you've put all of your energy and investment into it, it can be so difficult to look objectively at something and see if it is working. I think the easiest way to do that is to remove the emotion from the decision, because that's what drives lots of our outcomes, and actually write down a clear set of metrics that you can decide unemotionally if that's going to make a difference or not. So it might be the numbers of sales that we've made this particular month. It may be the amount of conversations that we've had with investors that have led to a follow-up call. It might be the amount of people that we can get in our pipelines. But you should have some unambiguous metrics which allow you to measure whether or not you are progressing or retracting in your idea. That should be the deciding point. The other thing I'd say onto that is most people who are starting something do so in a shed. What do I mean by that? They do it by themselves with not telling anybody, do it privately. And I think that's the completely wrong way to do it. Find somebody who's not your mum, because we know mums love us, right? And we don't have to go to Claridge's, but I like Claridge's, it's a good thing. But find somebody who's not your mum, who's going to tell you honestly if something is going right or not. Somebody who you trust, somebody who's got the experience, who can come right. This is why I love the mentoring network that you're putting out there, because it's very rare for founders to be able to be vulnerable and receive information from people who know more than them. Because what they've done is surround themselves by people who they want on a particular goal, not in the other direction. So it's very important. Get the independent advice, create an independent set of metrics which allow you to independently verify if it's progressing or retracting.
And then the penultimate question is actually based on the cheat code. So I love the fact that they shared it. So one of my cheat codes, as you saw on the
11,
on the 11, number 10 was how to get lucky, right? And a big part of luck is like the opportunities that you get. So for you, Tim, because you've had hella opportunities,
hella luck as well.
Yeah, hella luck, hella opportunities, but you made that luck. So let's not give it to luck, all right? The question asked here is how do you know when to say yes or no to an opportunity? Because everyone here, we have hella opportunities, thousands of people on live here, you have a ton of different things, and you're like, do I say no, do I say yes? How do you recommend to people that they say yes or no to an opportunity?
For me, it's quite easy. I'm quite direct in how I utilize my time, because I think my time is the most precious commodity to me. I love my family, I love my wife, I think she still loves me. I have to make sure I focus on investing into things which allow me to spend more time with the things that I like, right? So the things I look at is this, taking my own advice around independent metrics, is this thing going to add to my skill set? Is this thing going to add to my relationships? Is this thing going to add to my bank balance? If I can independently verify the answer is positive to those three things, I will consider it. If it's not, I take it away. I think what people miss when they are asked about strategy is that they feel they have to write a document, a thesis on this is the thing we're going to conquer in the world. What strategy is actually about is getting you to say no to things that are not on the pathway of taking you towards what you want to achieve.
I hear you.
You have to be really strict and disciplined with that.
And then the final question, because this whole thing is about cheat codes.
Yep.
The final thing is this. It is, what is a cheat code in the workplace that people don't often want to admit?
They don't want to admit.
They don't want to admit it. So it's like a secret thing where it's like, well, you know if you did this, but you don't want to say, well, that's actually the thing, because it sounds a bit grayy, a bit, you know what I mean?
Okay, because I like curveballs. It's good. I think in the corporate environment, it goes back to one of the things that you said quietly about being loud. In a corporate environment, you have to tie yourself to outcomes. I remember going to work. I was told by my mum, go and get all your grades at university. This will be the passport to success. And you know, in a Caribbean household, there was no discussion about these things. It was dictated, this is the direction you were going to go in, right? I did all the things necessary. I went to work, I had my nice suit on, I did all the things. I was walking around the office, smiling at everybody, doing what was necessary. What I didn't realise, and the misconception that I'd walked into that environment with, was that if I worked twice as hard as everybody else, I'd get promoted. So I go in there, do all of the work that's required, everything that's thrown on my desk. I'd run 100 miles out, I'd get it done quicker than everybody else. And I thought that was the only parameter that was going to measure my success. Unfortunately, what I didn't understand is that there were people who did half the work, sometimes less than half the work, but were the best marketers of their own outcomes, better than anybody else. And while I'm waiting for the work fairy, like the tooth fairy that you realise, if there's any children, hide them away, that doesn't exist, I was waiting for this magic fairy to pluck me out of my chair and throw me into the promotion line of being successful. And what I realised very quickly, that fairy doesn't exist. Unless you make it clear what you did and why you are the responsible party for it. It's like when you go to an interview and they ask you a generic question about, so what did you do in that sector? And you talk about everybody else. No, you must talk about what you did and own it.
Yeah, stand on business.
100%. If you can't own it, and when you're in a corporate environment, my advice to you is everything you do, write it in your calendar. So when it comes to the end of your appraisal, you tag back to every single thing you did, so it doesn't make it hard to forget.
That is clicks.
Cheat code.
Cheat code. Cheat code. Corporate cheat code. Next book. This is amazing. This is amazing. Tim, I want to thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming through. Guys, can we get a round of applause to Tim? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And also, just to note, remember, if you pre-order, you also get Tim's cheat code as part of the 6 speaker cheat codes that you will get if you pre-order and you don't wait. So, Tim, I just want to say thank you so much. Also, I didn't know he was going to rock an orange. That's kind of dope, isn't it? I should have rocked an orange. This is red. What's going on? Guys, lock in. Cool. Hey! All right, amazing. So, next, what we're going to do...
I've got to interrupt you. I don't know if you can gong this many times. We've got 12 more. So only 9 spots left.
Thank you, guys.
Up to you if you do 12 gongs or one massive gong.
Guys, what do I do? Do I do 12 gongs? Yes. Fuck it, we ball. Let's go. Change this way. All right, so.
Let's go.
First person is Claude Vivian Nkumdiza. Drop it. Okay, who is next? Derek Apau. Look here. All right, who is next? Sean Branson. Thank you for joining Founder Intensive. Okay, we're gonna go Gavin Brightman. Gavin, thank you for joining Founder Intensive. Okay, what I'm going to do is do 5, and then we're going to go to the next one. And then Dale Caddo, thank you so much for joining Founder Intensive and making this Sunday Times bestseller. Thank you. Go! Okay, so we have some more, but there are only 9 left. So Claude, Derek, Sean, Gavin, Dale, I want to say a massive thank you. This is going to be amazing. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it is the best thing that you do. And also to the future people who are going to see the book in Waterstones and all these places, they also thank you as well. There are a few more people. We are going to come to a few more people later on. But thank you guys. How many are left now? 9?
9 spots left.
Woo! 9. Woo!
I'll be back.
Right. Do we have enough time for the originality is overrated before we go on to the next person? Do we? Yeah, we do? Okay, great. All right. Spooky. This is fun, isn't it, guys? This is fun, isn't it? Like no other book launch in the world, mate. Right, mate, you got a fucking gong. You got a gong, you got Tim Campbell, you got hitters, you got a random thing there, you got a thing there, you got people jumping on stage. Hey, what an experience. What an experience. All right, so one of the things that we are going to do before we bring on the next speakers is we're going to have something called Timo Time. Now, Timo Time is very simple. It is time for Timo. And what we do in Timo Time is I will take a framework, okay? I will take a framework from my book, or rather I will take a cheat code from my book. And then what I would do is I would explain how to use that cheat code directly from my book, right? And I'm going to share 4 different ones. So this next cheat code is very simple. This originality is overrated. I actually wonder, because I can't see the screen, I wonder if people from my team, if you have certain questions, the people on live, if you have certain questions that you want asked, you can just drop it in the chat. And then what we'll do is during the intermission? Yeah, so during the intermission, I can also answer your questions as well. But these Timo Times will be super short where I'll just like break down how a certain thing works. All good? Yes. All right, amazing. So this one is cheat code number 5. I don't know why I'm singing that. That's kind of weird. Yeah. Cheat code number 5 is originality is overrated. So in this cheat code, a big part of it is I break down how to come up with good ideas and how that you can not only just be someone who just thinks, I want this to happen in the world without actually having really vetted it. So I'm going to show you something, and I'm going to admit something to you guys, which is I have built a bunch of companies. I've also failed a lot, and I have never had an original idea in my entire life. I am pleased to say that. No original idea, no unique idea. And so, I'm going to show you exactly how I do that. This is basically the framework that I use. And I'm basically going to show you how I did that with Fanbytes, right? So step 1, go where the money is already being spent. Step 2, identify the real mechanism. Step 3, change one constraint. Step 4, rebuild the offer. Step 5, validate with simplicity. That is an example of originality is overrated. Now, I'll show you exactly what this means, because basically it means that we are making sure we're coming up with the best ideas. So, Fanbytes. Fanbytes was a company that helped brands to connect with a Gen Z audience through social media influencers, right? In the book, I share literally how we came up with the idea. Once we realized that this was something to do, then this is how we validated it. So go where the money is already being spent. Brands were already spending on social media influencers. They were already doing that. So I was just like, oh, now I understand it. Influencer marketing is growing. Identify the real mechanism. So brands were already spending on influencers, and they were already spending on getting a Gen Z audience. They were prepared to spend $2 billion a year on just reaching Gen Z. What was the real mechanism? The real mechanism was that they were doing it through YouTube influencers and Instagram influencers. So I was like, hang on a sec. These guys are already spending on Gen Z. The mechanism is to do it through influencers. So then what is the one constraint? Well, they're doing it through influencers, but maybe the constraint here can be the audience. So actually what I just did was I said, brands are already tapping into the Gen Z audience, already spending money. The real mechanism is they're doing it through influencers. My one constraint is I'm basically going to do it, but I'm going to do it just targeting the Gen Z audience. That's it. That's the tweet. That was it. That was the way that I then decided to build a business. You could actually even do the same thing and say, do you know what? We are going to be an influencer marketing agency for dogs. Because then what you've done is you've just changed one constraint. Because you know people are spending on this. You know the real mechanism, and then you can change a constraint. In fact, one of the founders I advise, he's built an exceptional business, and it's influencer marketing for people over 50. And so brands are coming to him, paying him, because they're like, oh, we want to reach this audience. You know how to do that. We know how to do that through influencers. We're just going to do it for the same audience. And then we rebuild the offer. We are the best place for brands to reach a Gen Z audience through influencers. And then the final thing we did was we validated with simplicity. Once we realized, as you saw in the Go Ape example, once we realized that, I was just like, cool, let's get 50 brands. Let's just LinkedIn them first, and let's just ask them, is this something that you want to do? And that was how, in our first year of business, we did 400K. And in our second year of business, we did 1.4 million. Because we just went, and now let's validate by LinkedIn people. Very, very simple. Does that make sense? Yeah? That's basically the flow that we effectively used when we were coming up. When we realized Fanbytes was good, we realized that we could scale it. And it's something I talk about in this book, right? I don't believe, if there's one thing that you take from this book, do not believe in original ideas. I beg you. Do not think you are going to be Mark Zuckerberg and come up with a new social network that's going to change the world. You probably aren't. And that's fine. Because actually, for you to get some kind of success in business, you don't need to be a genius. You just need to do the basic things and just do it for a segment who also cares about it as well. So, that is Timo Time, taking one of the frameworks from this. Now, what I am actually going to do is I am going to invite the next person on. Now, the next person is an incredible... Yeah? Can we do that? All right. The next person is an incredible entrepreneur. He has built several companies in the services world, in the tech world, in marketplaces. He's now building an AI company, which is 7 figures ARR already in less than 2 months. That next person is my very dear friend, Chris Donnelly, who should show up on the screen. There we go. What's good?
How you doing?
You good?
Yeah, very good, thanks. How are you?
Very good. Let's see if we can move this out. Can someone move this out with me so people can see? Chris, all right. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Barbados at the moment.
He's in Barbados. He's chilling. He's chilling in Barbados, mate. Lovely. And also, Chris recently also became a dad as well, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
My son he was 8 weeks when we got here, so like he's 10 weeks now, I think.
Amazing, amazing. Well, Chris, now we have some questions from people. They have submitted it to you. Now, Chris knows how to grow businesses fast in like so many different spaces and so many different industries. So we have some questions directly from people. We're going to ask you 7 questions, 7 based off our cheat codes, and then we'll roll. So, yeah? Are you ready?
Very good, yeah.
Cool. All right, let's roll. Now, this is an easy one for you. So Craig asked a question. Craig Donaldson, who is on this live, asked a question. He said, what is the most effective strategy for scaling a business which is doing B2B sales? You've done that so many times. You've built and sold agencies. You've built a huge business in Lottie. If I'm running a B2B business and I want to have the most effective, repeatable way to get customers, tell me how to do that.
I think the first thing I would say is that nowadays people get very obsessed with scaling before they hit product market fit. And I think product market fit is always going to be the thing that you want to receive more than anything else. You want people to continuously use your product, have high usage, be buying more and more and more of your service from you and getting clear deliverable results. Now, how do you scale that? Well, if you have product market fit, then scaling is often a very simple equation of getting more traffic and more qualified people to see the offer. And so you can do that through a million different ways. These days, it's really popular to do stuff like personal brand, but in reality, like so many businesses are grown without personal brand that you can do ads, you can do events, you can do traditional marketing, physical marketing.
Yeah.
There's a million different ways to bring people to your offer. And I think you mentioned this a few minutes ago, which is that scale will come through the right people identifying that your business is the right business. And so you have to get your positioning right, product market fit, and then traffic.
How do you know, actually to follow up on that, how do you know when you've got product market fit, right? Because is it when I have 100 customers? Is it when, like, what's the telltale sign? Because you've done that many times before. I've done that many times before. But it'd be good for our viewers, thousands of them here, to know exactly, all right, this is the point, now I've got it.
Yeah, I think product market fit varies enormously based on the sector, but it also varies enormously based on your ambition. And so I think product market fit for an agency is like you get 4 or 5 qualified leads a month, you're making 20 to 30% profit, and you're feeling good about your growth. Whereas product market fit for a VC-backed AI startup might be that you have you do $1 million in the first 60 days and your churn rate is less than 10%. That might be product market fit.
Yeah.
I mean, I can say that from a personal perspective, I think I've experienced it twice ever early in a business. And that was the Creator Accelerator did 10 million in its first year. And I couldn't supply the demand fast enough. And that's kind of what I feel like product market fit feels like.
Yeah.
And then with Searchable, similarly, 10,500 people use the tool in the first month.
Yeah.
And so that sort of feeling where you almost can't supply the demand for your product, for me, feels like product market fit.
That's powerful. A question from Adam Windsor. He said, when launching a brand, how do you tell the difference between slow early traction that's normal and signs that you need to change direction? So if something's taking long, how can I tell, well, it's just taking long because, these things take long, versus actually, I need to try something completely different?
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit like what I was saying before. I think everyone expects to make millions overnight immediately. Yeah. Whereas in reality, and maybe, I'm probably part of the problem, having just said I built a company that's done very well, very fast, but I've been doing this for 17 years. And so I have loads of different leverage points and assets that I can rely on to build. Whereas if you're starting from scratch, the expectation to get to millions of revenue super fast is unrealistic, to be honest with you. And so I suppose early traction, you're going to want to talk to the people who didn't buy. You're going to want to talk to the people who didn't buy and ask them why they didn't buy and ask them what you could change about your service or your product for them to buy. I mean, nowadays in the AI product world, there's this thing called customer tourists, like AI tourists. They'll just check out every platform out there. And so you want to try and qualify the people that you speak to. And then obviously the customers you do have in the early days, they are your roadmap. You say to them, what else can I build for you? What else can I develop for you? How can I improve my service for you? And in the same way that Tim and I had agencies in our 20s, you would say, what more can we do for you? Like, what more service can we deliver for you? Whereas now it's like, what functionality can I build for you? And if you spend your entire life obsessing over, you know, the hundreds of customers who churned off your product and the thousands of customers, hopefully, who stayed on your product, that is your roadmap.
Yeah, it's perfect. 2 more questions for you. Can you roll it down? 2 more questions for you. This is actually a question you and I have talked about a lot, which comes from Mark. He asked, what are the elements of a great business idea? Because you've done agencies, you've done marketplace, you've done this, you've done that. Do you have like a vetting process that you go to? Because there's going to be, you know, there's thousands of people on this live. There's going to be people who are going to say, like, how do I know if this idea is actually good or not?
Yes, absolutely. So I use a system, and I won't go through the whole thing on this call for the sake of time, but I use a system that is called Code. And a lot of the time you're looking for a consumer trend that is interesting or taking off. And the obvious example of these things is like Jeff Bezos built Amazon by saying that internet traffic went up by 300% that year on year. And so he was like, I need to build a business for the internet. Or like the App Store happened in 2008. And so the nature of how we use technology changed. And then recently I built Searchable because I saw that people were no longer using Google as their primary research tool. They were using ChatGPT. And so when you think about a good idea, for me, you know, there's 2 different ways of thinking about it. Is it a good idea because it's going to give me money and freedom in my life? Okay, maybe it's actually a small business that's highly profitable. But if you want a good idea that's going to go, you know, to the billion, you know, to build $1 billion company, then you need a rising tide market where consumer change is happening. You need a massive market where something is affecting millions of people to be able to capitalize at such a big scale. And to be honest, like, I've done both of those things. I run a coaching business that maybe 10 million a year with 2 staff and 4 days a week. And now I'm running an AI startup that takes every minute of my day, but could go much bigger and much more scalable. So the things you want to focus on is like consumer pain point. You want to focus on, can my service ultimately end up being asynchronous delivery? Can I end up having a service that doesn't require extra effort from me to deliver it? And I think that those become your guiding light, because, you know, you, Tim, and I, we built businesses in our 20s that were very people dependent. I can't remember exactly, but I think both of us had like 100-ish people, 100 people to manage and control and, you know, get in the right direction, not leave. So yeah, those are the things I focus on.
Okay. And in my book, this is actually a personal question. In my book, cheat code number 4 is do it scared, right? It's all about realizing that there is going to be fear and then doing it anyway. So I want to know, what is an example of a time that you started something or you did something despite feeling scared? And what can our audience actually take from that?
I'll give you 2 very quick ones, and they're very dear to me. But when Tim and I went to the same uni, and our uni was like very focused on professional services jobs, like lawyers, accountants, bankers. And so I turned down a job with Barclays Wealth for £45,000 to start my own startup. For me, originally, that was terrifying. But then recently, I have a big personal brand. You know, I have lots of followers and whatever. I've had 3 successes previously. And so starting another business actually is a risk of reputation. Yeah. It's like going all in on a new business publicly like I do is terrifying, because I could definitely fail. And then people are like, oh, he is infallible. And, you know, he's failing at the highest level. And I think that actually I found terrifying earlier this year. And I was like, okay, I have to accept that to be an entrepreneur, I can't just talk about being an entrepreneur. I have to be an entrepreneur. And so I was like, I'm going in again.
That's quite powerful, because like someone can empathize and have that same feeling of, I'm scared to leave my role and I'm scared to that. You're saying after 3 successes, you still felt that fear of, am I sure? So it just goes to show you like that that never actually leaves. Like you just feel the fear and do it anyway.
Yeah, that's why I love the cheat code. Like, just do it scared. You're going to be doing it scared for the rest of your life, no matter what happens. Every moment of my life, I've been dogged by a little bit of fear, imposter syndrome. So yeah, I love it.
Love it. All right, guys. Chris, thank you so much. Enjoy Barbados. You're amazing. Thank you, guys. It's really cool. Hi, Jonah. So I can see Jonah about to come on stage. So here you go. You can come on stage.
I'm just so excited. Okay, we've got 4 left.
You got 4 left.
So you can.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, three left. Three left.
3 left. Okay, so these are people who are committing to open a Sunday Times bestseller and also. Oh wow. Okay, so gong,
Gong,
guys.
Gong!
Okay, gong. All right, cool. So so the next person is Chinedum Okoko. Thank you very much for Founder Intensive. Okay, amazing. Now, who is next? The person is... Oh, I think I know this guy. Oh, next is Memphis Ayowade. Thank you. Welcome to Founder Intensive. And then, next person is Mateus Fagbemi. Welcome to Founder Intensive. Yeah, that helps. And then next person... Oh, I know this person. Somehow. Lee Bufkin, welcome to Founder Intensive! I don't know any of the other people, so welcome to Founder Intensive. Ricky Andre, welcome. And then next is Moise Adekola Oladejo, welcome. We're going to make it back. And then before we go on to the next thing, Adam Windsor, welcome to Founder Intensive. Thank you for making this a Sunday Times bestseller on its way to. Thank you, Adam Windsor. This is cool.
3 more.
This is cool. The fact that we have so many people. Wow. Yeah. And I held my promise of saying I'm going to bang the gong every single time. Now, if anyone leaves here with their ears destroyed.
Yeah.
You all signed a waiver.
He didn't want to do more.
You actually didn't, which makes it even worse.
Up to.
All right. And was that not amazing by Chris? That was amazing, wasn't it? Proper framework, proper stuff. And just remember that if you pre-order on this live, you actually get Chris's cheat code as well as Tim's cheat code. Like, this is a guy who's built 2 8-figure businesses, who's building businesses in his sleep, who understands the very tactical way of doing this. Like, you get that and the book as well. So to make sure that if you pre-order now, you get all these gems. Now, what is next? What is next is another Timo time. Yes, we have another Timo time. Now, what is this Timo time? By the way, how was the last Timo time? You enjoyed it? It was good? It was a vibe? Now, the next Timo time is how to build a network when you are nobody. Now, as you heard me say in the talk, how to build a network. Can you zoom in on this chapter? How to build a network when you are a nobody. Now, why is this so important to me? Because I believe that all the opportunities that we want in life are in the pockets of other people. Every single thing that I have achieved in my life has basically been, I have done it through the help of someone else. I have done it by building a network. And I know some people might be thinking, oh, well, it's easy for you now to build a network, to bring on all these people, to bring on the Laras, the Simon, etc. I mean, true, but actually a lot of these people I knew before. And I knew before because I was helpful to them, because I helped them, because I did that. So I'm going to show you a very predictable way to build a network. Because you can probably tell I think in formulas. I'm just like, right? It's probably also a slight result of having, I don't know, ADD or OCD or something like that. But I'm very that. Later on, I'm going to talk to you guys actually about how it feels to have ADD and OCD. That's incredible, isn't it? All of these. So, how to build a network when you are a nobody. Now, I actually just want to walk through this particular thing. I want to walk through this. In the book, What's Stopping You, I go through how to build this network. And the way that I do that is that I make it very easy for you to remember. And it's through something that I call the STIRS framework. And I'm going to walk you through how that works. If you do this by December, your contact book will be so insane, you'll be like, brother, This is mental. So, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take this because this cheat code is going to be important to you. So, let's start off with what is S? Stairs. S is start a contact book. Now, I'm going to tell you how to do a contact book, and you're going to be like, are you telling me it's that basic? It kind of is. A lot of this stuff is just doing the basic things very, very well. So what does a contact book look like? It looks like actually you just creating a Google Sheet. And the Google Sheet has the person's name, links to their LinkedIn, names to their Instagram, and it basically just says, all right, this is the person I am trying to network with, right? Now, once you've done that, I want you to track and stalk them. Yes, Timothy is giving you permission to stalk people online, all right? If there's ever any issues, send me an email. So, track and stalk them. What does that mean? It means I want you to look at all their social media profiles and then be able to indicate what they're into, what are their likes, what are their interests. You need to do that for the people before you actively actually reach out to them. I do that. Even now, I still do that. I have a massive Google Sheet which just shows people I want to network with. It has their names, Instagram, LinkedIn, and then what I do is that I track them on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on YouTube, and I see what on earth they're actually talking about because it tells me something that they are interested in. One of my friends that I got to know about 3 years ago was one of the co-founders of Shazam. Shazam sold to Apple for like 400 million. I had no way. I just knew this guy was someone I wanted to know. I didn't just say, hey, Dirash, do you want to chat? Let's get a coffee. No. He doesn't know this. But what I did was I put his name in my sheet and I just looked at his LinkedIn interest, his Instagram interest. I was like, oh, interesting. This guy's into Frisbee. This guy's into AI. This guy's into this. Okay, now I know that. Then the next thing I did was I created an insight to a solution. So what I did was I realized that when people are interested in something, when they've said, hey, who knows this? Or when they like a certain topic, that's them telling you, hello, I'm interested in this. I have a problem. And then what I would do is I'll create an insight to that. So I'll tell you how in some cases I've done it. If I've seen someone who is talking about how they can market their product, or they're talking about how, hey, I'm really, hey, we're thinking about how to engage with Gen Z, or hey, I actually think this, who is very good at TikTok? I actually want people to know. Oh, actually, let me change. There's a good example here, a very good example, which is how I got to meet my friend Luke. Luke is a very successful entrepreneur, and Luke had basically said, who knows a good TikTok agency? This was about 2 years ago. And what I did was, at that point, I could have just said like, hey, I can help you, etc. What I did was I actually went to Luke and I said, hey, Luke, actually, I've got some background in this, but I think these are the 3 good TikTok agencies to talk to. And suddenly, I actually create an insight to a solution. And then the R is to reach out to platforms where they're the least popular. This is so important. I can't tell you the number of people who like hit me up on Instagram and are like, hey, can we have coffee? Can we have coffee? First of all, why? I don't know you from anywhere. You haven't provided an insight to any solution. But also, you're reaching out on a platform which is like my most popular platform. That doesn't help. The people who get cut through are those who DM me on Twitter, because I have the least amount of followers on there, and so if it actually comes, I would actually see it. And that is a hack that I've used. Again, in my contact sheet, what I've then done is I've said, where are the least popular? And then I go on there and then I contact them there. And you'd be surprised. You can imagine people with like millions and millions of followers, and what they're doing is they get things from YouTube and Instagram, but like they don't post anything on LinkedIn, for example, or they're not as big on LinkedIn. And if you message them on LinkedIn, you stand out. And then the final thing here is S, which is to scale what's working. In the book, when we talk about this particular cheat code, how to build a network, a big thing we say is once you know something works, do not mess around. Just do the thing. So for example, I knew that if I wanted to reach to people who had done well in AI, people who worked at OpenAI or Claude or Perplexity or all these big AI companies, what I figured out was a lot of these guys, yeah, they have good LinkedIns and they have good Twitters, but like no one's really talking to them on Instagram. So then when I then contact them on Instagram, or when someone from my team contacts them on Instagram and says, hey, you are trying to build this AI product. This is how I think it could help you with this Gen Z audience. And I contact them on Instagram where no one else is coming. I'm constantly getting people to just take meetings with me because I provided an insight for them and I did it on the platforms where they are least popular, so it stands out. So I want you guys to forget this whole, hey, can we grab a coffee? Hey, can we grab a coffee? No more coffees in 2026. No more of that. Can I just get you for an hour? Think about this, guys, and I'm going to be the harsh uncle here. Do you realize how crazy that is? If you contact someone and that person is someone that you think is important, or that person is someone that you think has something that you would like, that person has done something of significance, and then your first thing is, can I take an hour of your time for no reason at all? Why on earth would they reply to you? Similarly, if someone that you did not know just messaged you randomly and said, hey, you don't know me, I know nothing about you, I don't also know if this thing is going to be that useful for you, but can you give me an hour of your time? You would say, no. So if you say no, why on earth would like the other person that you're trying to contact say yes? And again, in the book for this whole cheat code, we break through exactly how to do that. Break through exactly how to get cut through. Because the truth is, none of this is hard. None of this is hard. When I look at my entire network, when I was a nobody, I still don't think I'm like a big person, but when I built a network, it was all just using this. So just use this. My aim is at least 1,000 people by the end of the year to basically message me at different points in the year and be like, yo, brother, I use this thing. I've got hella contacts now. I've got hella mentors now because of that. Okay? That all makes sense, guys? Amazing. And I had to get all angry Uncle Timo there because I'm absolutely livid with really talented, really smart people who basically sabotage themselves because they don't put the required effort into networking and they think it's just a game of, I'm just going to send as many DMs as possible and then see what happens. That is not how you network. You start a contact book, you track them, you lead with value, you reach out where they can actually see it, and then once that's working, you just keep doing it. Okay? Amazing. All right, now, let us go to the next thing. That all good, guys? Amazing. Now, let's go on to the next thing. The next thing is some money. Ooh, Aaron, Pierre, that's Mufasa. Now, as I said, I am giving away 10K of my own money. And you know, people do the whole, oh yeah, shout out, yeah, that's good. Hard-end dwellers. All right, so why am I doing that? So now, I am doing that because as you can see, like this entire book, this entire experience is about being able to get people started and support them on their journey. It's a reason why we've added in all of these bonuses to make sure that you pre-order now when you actually buy it so that you actually do the thing that you've been talking about. It's the reason why when people are paying me 15 grand for half a day, I'm saying, do you know what? We're actually going to do this thing for just you buying books. It's the reason why we're doing all this is because I truly believe that this book, What's Stopping You, is the book that's going to help you to finally do the thing. And one of the things that I know when it comes to starting your business and starting your idea is having the capital to do that. So then I thought, well, how can I help in a very small way? Well, the way I can help is just give my money to people. And so what we're going to do is we're going to be giving some money. Now, £10,000 cash. And we're going to start off with giving one person the £1,000. We're going to give £1,000 to someone. Now, who is that person? And actually, can I get my phone? Who has my phone, please? For those who can't see, Jonah just run. Yeah, he's back. Yeah. Shout out, Jonah. It's like a concert. So you know when the people are always like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give away £10,000, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're gonna give this, gonna give that. And you never actually know if they do. You know, they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. And it's like, oh, are you gonna do it? So we're gonna change that. Because when we announce the people who get the cash, I'm going to transfer the money to them live. And a bunch of you guys, you got your account numbers and your sort codes, and that's been put in now. So we're going to transfer it live. And so, the first person to win a part of that 10,000 is the wonderful Antoinette. Let's go. Come through. Hello. Hello. How are you? Come here. Okay. All right. Man, he's playing drill. All right, come on. There we go. Play some Heady One. Oh, no, don't. Because actually, apparently, we then get copyright strike. Don't play Heady One. All right, so, Antoinette, please. You are here. You have a hiring platform that replaces interviews with paid work trials. Yes? Yeah. Okay. So the stage is yours. Do you want to tell the thousands of people? Actually, ignore. Don't think they're thousands because they ain't get scared. The one person on stage. Do you want to tell them a bit about your idea and why you decided it? Your mic, right? Cool.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity.
Let's go.
Yeah. So I'm building a platform called C. So what C? We've seen lately that AI is taking over the world. There are lots of things that are going on with AI, but that is also really affecting hiring. So we have lots of hiring manager hiring the wrong people because, like you said, the life rewards people that are loud. So we find out that people that are really loud are getting interviews, or are getting the offers, but they cannot actually do the job. And that's where C is coming in. C is going to create a simulation for organizations whereby you can actually test the skills and make sure that they can actually do the work and not just say that they can. So what we're doing is we're building those roadblocks for stakeholder engagement. We're putting in agentic AI to make sure that we're stimulating those systems and we're getting those people to work on them. And the good news of all this is that if you are successful, you actually get paid. So we have a lot of people doing take-home tasks and they don't get paid at the end of the day. But C is revolutionizing that, and we're making sure that people that get successful in this hiring platform actually get paid for it. And so that's just in a nutshell what C is all about. And I just want to tell you, thank you for this opportunity because I pitched the idea, not even because I saw so many wonderful ideas on the platform. So so many wonderful ideas. So it's really a privilege to actually win the prize. Thank you so much.
Well,
I'm really, really
Can we
happy
say
for
congrats? And actually, one of the things that, who's got a camera? So one of the things we're going to do, as you said, you've won the first one. So one of the things we're going to do is on stage right now, I am going to send you £1,000. All right, there we go. The process. And even better, there you go. Done. There you go. Amazing.
Thank you.
And even better, actually, now I've just thought about this. Sure, you have the funding, but then what I'm also going to do is for all the winners, we're going to jump on a Zoom call where I'm actually going to walk you through the next steps of your business. So you get the money and also the advice and everything else. I just decided to do that because I want you guys to absolutely win. So thank you so much. All right, let's next. All right, now who is next? All right. Need to make sure that we send you the money. Yep.
Oh, wait.
Oh, mate. Every time
I think we're due some gonging, particularly because we've only got 2 more left.
Okay. All right.
So, do you want to do some gonging?
All right, cool. Guys, should we do some gonging?
Yeah.
All right. Let's gong, baby. I bet you weren't expecting this when you came in. Cool. Let us roll. So, 2 more left. And so the next person here is Christopher Ross. Thank you for coming, founder in 10. All right, next is Nadine Allen. Let's go. And then next is Stephen Adwoye. Adwoye, did I say your name? Yes, Stephen Adwoye. Woo! And then next is Delinda Mavungu. Come on over. And then the final one for this one, wow, these names, wow, we just keep getting more and more. This is amazing. And the final one is Jidri Itzmonite. I hope I didn't do your name bad, but I'm going to try again. Jidri Itzmonite, thank you so much. Okay, guys, we have 2 more left. 2 more of this founder in Sensory. This is amazing. Thank you, guys. Amazing. Now, the next thing we are going to do the next thing we are going to do is I am going to introduce someone who is near and dear to my heart. I have known this person for 12 months, apparently. Feels like we've known each other for ages. And she has such an inspiration story. And every time I'm with her, I just feel like, wow, you are just such a boss. She built an entire business of LinkedIn. She's now parlayed into being a 7-figure boss babe. A SaaS boss babe is what she wants me to call her, but okay. And she is amazing. She is amazing. She is vegan and she is Mexican. And she is the amazing Lara Acosta with an amazing story. Play the music. Let's go this way. So, Lara is amazing. Let's go. Roll through.
Hi.
Yo.
What an intro.
What an intro.
We've been friends for 12 months. Feels like a lifetime.
So Lara's amazing because her story of coming from Mexico, from like using business as a way to change her life and just everything else is just, I don't even know where to begin. But I want to say firstly, thank you so much for actually doing this and being part of this is dope. A lot of people had questions for you. A ton of people had questions for you. So what I am going to do is go back to the prior slide. Oh, I did this because of that. Go back to the prior slide, and we're going to have 6 questions for you, okay? So the first question is this. So, Lara, this is a question from Delinda, actually. Delinda, who bought one of the Founder Intensive.
Woo!
So, Delinda, she has a question, which is, what belief or habits did you have to unlearn to scale past your first million? And this can actually be, ignore the first million, it can be like, what belief or habit did you have to unlearn in order to get to the level you are now?
That you have to be the smartest in the room to win. I think that there's this popular quote that I love hearing, and is people dumber than you are making millions because they're too busy taking action while you're too busy overcomplicating things. And that is so resonant. It resonated then, it resonates today. Even when we talk about my problems, it's just like, why are you overcomplicating it? I think that personally, society and the education system always sort of taught me that I had to be the smartest in order to be the best.
Yeah.
But in reality, you just need to be the fastest and the person that's actually failing, rather than waiting to be perfect and then get graded upon your last result. The game of business and life, you don't get an exam. You just do the thing, and you fail sometimes, but other times you win. So knowing that every single day I could just take a single action in order to succeed rather than waiting was the best thing that I could have done to hit my first $10,000, hit my first million, and etc.
I love that. Now let's go tactical here, because you are the king and queen of LinkedIn.
Big boss.
Big boss babe energy. Nicole Bateman has a question here, which is, you've seen a lot of people grow on LinkedIn and a lot of people fail on LinkedIn. What is the most effective way to be seen as a thought leader on LinkedIn? The most effective way?
So I've worked with over 3,000 people, multiple Forbes starting in the 30s, 400 to 500 companies. And the one mistake I see them do is that they don't believe they're a thought leader themselves. I had to sit down with my Forbes study on the 30 friend, Jody, we know her. And I was like, why are you not talking about yourself? And they're like, oh, but I don't want to brag. It's not bragging. No one's gonna promote yourself more than you. So you have to do it. And so back to being loud, you have to be loud about what you want and who you are, because no one else is going to do it for you. So if you want to be a thought leader on LinkedIn, first believe that you're a thought leader worth of getting attention. You need to get that into your head. No one is going to do that for you. So create content about it. Actually, don't report about the latest news. Don't be a reporter. Be someone that's creating stuff to talk about. So if you're in your business, you just found a way to get more leads, talk about that right then and there. Don't wait for the perfect format. Don't wait for the perfect system. Don't wait for anything. Just do it. And over time, you'll find a way to make it perfect. None of us that have big personal brands today that are thought leaders started with 1,000 likes. We started with 10. And then we iterated based on the feedback that the market gave us. That's the simplest way. Just convince yourself that you are. And then everybody else will believe it too.
Actually, on that, one of the big things is when people say, I don't know what to talk about, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you're saying they can talk about themselves, they can talk about stuff they've done, they can talk about their career. Now, let's say I am a 21-year-old and I have just left university, and I'm like, oh, sweet, what do I talk about now? I want to just build a personal brand.
I love this because that's exactly what I did. When I built my personal brand, I had no idea. I just finished university. I just wanted to get a job. So I had no expertise. I wasn't anyone. I was just a 21-year-old girl with nothing going for her. I was the least experienced person in the room. But I took that as a chance because no one was looking at me. Most people think that because they don't know enough, because they don't have all of these accolades, you're like behind. You actually have the biggest unfair advantage because no one is looking at you, so you can fail privately and then win publicly. That is the best thing. When you are no one, it's the best time to try everything. You can try talking about sports, education, marketing. You can test out your different interests until something hits and sticks. And then you keep on going and you double down and you double down. That's exactly what you should be doing. You just try, test, and iterate as you go. And then the market will literally tell you what you're good at talking about because that's the content that's going to get the most engagement, literally.
That's very powerful, by the way, guys. That's so powerful because basically, like, I guess when you are very early on in your brand or just creating content, you're like, oh, I don't have an audience, so it's bad. You're almost saying, well, I don't have an audience yet, so that's good, because then I can talk about this, talk about that, I can experiment, and then afterwards, the algorithm will then tell me, all right, cool, this is what I should be focusing on, basically.
Yeah.
That's very powerful. A question from Taha Suleiman. What looked like progress early on, but later turned out to be the wrong kind of momentum? So when you basically have something, and it's like, yeah, it's going well, but then turns out it wasn't going well and it was just false signals. Can you give like a story of when you've experienced that?
Exchanging synergies on LinkedIn. Let's connect. Let's have a coffee chat. Can I have 10 minutes? And at the start, when I was a nobody, someone giving me their time was golden. Like, I was like, oh my God, I'm being recognized. And then I realized that it was fake momentum. It was fake attention. These people either wanted to sell me something, they wanted to convince me that I wanted to buy something from them, they didn't want to help me. But having a calendar full of meetings was the ideal life of like an entrepreneur, right? Oh my God, I'm so busy. Busy is the best thing that you could be when you're trying to build something, but you're convincing yourself that you're busy doing things that have nothing to do with you. So networking, hopping on coffee chats is great, but they have to have an intention. The amount of coffee chats and all of these networking things are, let's collaborate, let's help each other grow. It was all about them, never about me. So the sooner I realized that and I stopped listening to other people about like, oh, you need to network and go to networking events, I actually became someone worth networking with, someone that was owed respect. So people wouldn't just ask me for 15 minutes for free to pick my brain. No one, like now I know that people won't do that as much and they will respect my time because I made myself someone worth asking that advice or paying for that advice.
I hear you. One of the big questions, or one of the big problems, and even I struggle with this so much, and I'm sure a lot of people do, is shiny object syndrome, right? Which is like, oh, this can work, oh, this can work, this can work, right? There was a time, I think 18 months ago, I had like 6 businesses all at once. And I was like, bro, what am I doing? So the question is this: how do you avoid shiny object syndrome in business? Tell me, or tell us.
So I have this from my mentor, Richard Moore, and he said this powerful quote to me is, never drop the ball. It's so hard to get the ball bouncing when it comes to momentum. Like when you have something swinging, it's good. It feels like it's got movement, but the moment you stop bouncing the ball, it's gonna stop. And it's gonna be so hard to get it going to the speed that it was. And knowing that, I know that if I start focusing on other things, building 3 businesses at the same time, doing this other thing and that, I know that the ball that I worked so hard to get going is going to stop and I'm going to go back to square one. So that's always in the back of my head. And that's why I'm never torn for shiny object syndrome or anything else. Because I remember that example. And I also remember the people who started with me at the same time with the same skills, even better resources than me, that got distracted and I beat them. And I don't want anyone to beat me, so that is how I see it.
That's cool. That's powerful. Final question. So in my book, there is, where is it? It's cheat code number 2 is your inexperience is a superpower, right? And what would you give to a young, inexperienced Lara? There are thousands of people on here who are listening to you and they were in that same position and they're thinking, maybe I'm not qualified enough to like do the thing. What is something you tell them?
Don't try to be the most liked. Don't try to be the loudest in the room. Try to be the most useful person in the room. Because being useful is what's going to open doors for you that being liked, loudest, the most charismatic probably won't, and not for a long term. I'm an introvert. I don't really like going outside of my house. I never liked it. And so I had to figure out a way to getting into places without having to be this extroverted person. And so I was like, what can I do to get this without that? And maths, girl maths, okay, so how do I give people something that they need? So I became useful. When you and I even met, like the first thing, I never asked you for something, I asked you what you needed. And I provided as much value as I possibly could at the time, and that's exactly how I built every single one of my network, my friendships, and my businesses by being the most useful person in the room, not the loudest, not the smartest, useful.
I know we said the last question, but there's actually 2 specifically that again I got on DMs today, and I said, all right, I'm going to actually ask it, and it's about LinkedIn and posting content, right? Now, there are so many people here who want to post content online and make it happen, etc. But they also are balancing either their business, but also like their job or something like that. How do you tactically, how can you balance both? How do you post consistently so your audience keeps seeing your content, but you don't also feel like burnt out, that sort of thing?
So I have a simple framework for this. I created it specifically for people that are juggling many different roles or a full-time job or just you're not meant to be an influencer. You don't have 24 hours in the day to do social media stuff. Like, I understand that. It's called the 4-3-2-1 framework. So it's 4 posts a week on LinkedIn. That's it. Not 5, not 6, not 7, not 10 like Gary Vee says. 4. That's enough. 3 content pillars or content themes. So you're going to do growth content. This is how you're going to reach more of your ideal audience. You're going to be focusing on total addressable market content. So this is how you're going to go out of your network and get new people into your funnel, and then sales content. So those are the 3 pillars. Nothing about educate, storytell, entertain. Like, this is just basic stuff that you already know. What you need is to understand how to tap into new audiences. And the 2 is for 3, 4, 3, 2. 2 is for the 2 types of audiences you need to be thinking about when you're writing content. So most people, if you're a marketer or you've spoken to a business owner, it's like, focus on your ICP, your ideal client persona, sell, 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 sell. And it's just like, well, not everybody wants to buy from you at all times, right? You have to build that trust. And your ideal client, yeah, sure, they're going to trust you, but there's someone else that no one's really thinking about, and that is your ideal follower persona. The person that's 21, that admires what you do, that may not have the funds, but can only pay you with one thing, one very powerful resource and currency: attention. And so when you're going for the IFP, your ideal follower persona, you're talking about your stories, things that inspire them to do better, things that make them come back to you and share, that is a person that is going to get you closer to your ICP. And then the last thing that if anyone does today that you learn from me is this: 1 lead magnet every single week. I've made millions of dollars online. 70% of my revenue doesn't come from LinkedIn. I've got over 300,000 followers there. The one place that I'm making millions is email. And so 70% of my revenue comes from email. So hopefully that's a lesson in itself for you. You don't need the biggest following. You just need a good following and a great email list. Do a lead magnet every single week, and then you'll make money.
That's a gem. Where that's actually one of the playbooks that we share in your playbook. I know that we said final one. I actually want to dovetail on that because I know people will then ask and say, okay, cool. What makes for a very good lead magnet? So I want you to leave out something super tactical, which is, I'm here, I've heard Lara say she made millions from email using lead magnets. Now, where do I start with creating my lead magnet? What should I do? What is the checklist for a good lead magnet?
Back to what I said earlier, you don't have to be the smartest. It doesn't have to be perfect. Everybody, every single time I say lead magnets, people go and, oh, I need to create this thing and I need to do this and I need to set up the email flow. Your best lead magnet, it's already something that you already have. It's a client recording that you already have that you can put onto AI and make it look like a checklist, an SOP, a guide, a Notion document, an internal system that you know your ideal clients want, something that you've shared with your current clients. That is a perfect lead magnet. You've already built it. You don't have to waste time doing it. And then all you need is to connect it to a newsletter like Beehive or ConvertKit, anything. It's so simple. Have the document, a simple Notion works, then connect it to your email. It could be Beehive, ConvertKit, whatever, and then make a simple landing page on card.com, which is free. That's actually it. And then all you need to do is create a nice LinkedIn post that says, I'm giving away my entire blueprint for this thing for free for the next 24 hours, add some urgency, put the link on the LinkedIn post, add a GIF showing exactly what the lead magnet looks like. I promise you, it's so simple, but it works. Otherwise, people wouldn't be doing it, but it does. So please try it. Hopefully it makes you some money.
That was a mic drop. Guys, that was amazing. That was so good. Thank you. Well, as you know, as we said, when you pre-order, now we're adding Lara's cheat code into this. So you both get Tim's cheat code, Chris's cheat code, Lara's cheat code. You get all of these cheat codes from the individual speakers when you pre-order now using that link over there. And thank you. Thank you, Lara. That was great. That was wonderful. That was dope. I appreciate it. That was dope. That was amazing. That was amazing. Super tactical as well.
Oh my God.
Also, don't you find it kind of, oh yeah, she needs help to go down the stage. You see, incredible.
Thank you.
Can you catch her on camera? Amazing. So, it's all good, guys? Are we having fun? Are we enjoying? Are we rolling? Who the heck is that? Put a random person in there. All right, guys, we having fun? We grooving? Amazing. I want to say thank you to everyone who's like pre-ordered their own thing, pre-ordered their own copy, pre-ordered for their friends, pre-ordered for their siblings. I really appreciate that because remember, I have been very, very, very clear about my intentions here, right? I've said, look, we are gearing this to be a Sunday Times bestseller because of the impact it can drive, because of that person who goes into the bookshop, because we know this can drive impact. And look, I'm aware also, like, maybe for some of you, you can't do the founder intensive now. That's okay. But also, maybe for some of you, you also can't get the book now. I completely get it. The one thing I would then ask is just like, share this on social. Like, if you are enjoying this, share this on your Instagram, tag this on there, because what will happen is maybe there'll be someone else in your audience who can, right? Because in a week's time, when we open up the Sunday Times bestseller, that is a result of all the work that we have done here. That is the result of every single person here. This is not just a case of, right, let's just get this going. So the next thing that we want to do is another Timo time. So, how to get lucky. Oh, that's a nice green shirt, isn't it, guys? Come on. Right, so this is how to get lucky. Now, in my book, one of our cheat codes, cheat code number 10, is how to get lucky. And I'm going to share with you a playbook and a framework from that, right? Can you see, guys, what we're doing here is I'm just like showing you exactly the playbooks in here, and I'm showing you that because if you actually get any benefit from this, then you should get the book, because the book goes into way more detail than I can in just 2 minutes. So let's talk about how to get lucky. Now, I have an equation for luck. My equation for luck is very simple. It is luck is equal to action times optionality. What do I mean by optionality? I'm actually going to tell you a story here. This is going to be a very powerful story. It's a story I've never, ever told on any podcast ever. And it's actually how we got our first major investor. So, this guy, no one should know who this guy is. Because this guy, although he's a very rich man and a very successful entrepreneur, he is also not someone who actually has a big public face. And so this guy is a guy called Jorg. Now, throughout Fanbytes, what we did was we raised about 2 million in funding, and Jorg was someone who invested pretty much like about half of that, right? I did not know who this guy was. There was no way I could have known him. Now, how did I get to know Jorg? It was because I put myself in positions to be lucky. I'll explain how that actually worked. So, Jorg was an investor, and I talk about this in the book. Jorg was a major investor in this company called Tunemoji. Tunemoji is like a music messaging app. And what we did early on in Fanbytes was that we managed to sign on Tunemoji. And we did this campaign with them, which ended up being a campaign where we made them one of the trending apps in the entire App Store. And here's what happened. That when the CEO of Tunemoji saw that, he was like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is so amazing. Can I introduce you to my main investor? And that main investor was Jorg. And Jorg was like, oh my God, I've seen what you've done for one of my portfolio companies. Do you want investment? And as a result of that, that was the way that we then got in touch with him, and then he ended up investing. Now, I'm not saying that the way that you get investors now is that you now go do a campaign for someone and then it opens up the conversation. That's obviously not what the takeaway is. The takeaway, though, is this, is that we had to act, and then that then created optionality. That then created options for us to be able to do the thing. It created options for us then to meet Jorg. It created options for us to do that. And one of the really great things that I love here is this phrase, which is lucky people choose actions that create multiple possible next steps, not just one next step. So what I mean by that is, let's say you said in 2026, I want to be luckier, right? How would you do that? You might say, what is something that would end up creating multiple next steps? It might be, as Lara just said, it might be, well, I know if I post on LinkedIn, what is eventually going to happen is I don't know, but it will create opportunity. If I go to this networking event, I don't know, but it will create possible next steps. If I start this side hustle, I don't know what might happen, but at the very least, I know it will create a bunch of possible next steps. That's what I mean when I say that you should think about how can you be luckier. The worst thing to do, however, is just to say, hey, I am just going to do this one thing. Because if I just do this one thing, if I don't do that side hustle, if I don't post on LinkedIn, if I don't post on Instagram, if I don't start that personal brand, if I don't go to that networking event, there's pretty much going to be one linear outcome. And that's going to be that you don't get the thing. But if you create these multiple next steps. In the book, I talk about so many different times. For example, I went to a random networking event when I was 23. And I remember going to that event thinking, oh, there's no one going to meet there that's going to be good. They're all older than me. They're all better than me. And then I remember going there and just like sitting in the corner. And then some guy came up to me and just started talking to me and get into tell me about his business, etc. It turns out that his daughter actually went to my university. And then we started just talking. And then what happened was he ended up being a really big time investor. And literally in the next 24 hours, he invested 100K into Fanbytes. Because what I did was I opened up myself to random luck. I went to the event. And by creating that event, ended up creating multiple possible next steps. So I want you guys to take this away and don't just think, oh, I'm just gonna like brute force my way into my success. You wanna make sure that you open up some luck. And the way to do that is to think about what are the actions that will create multiple possible next steps. Does that all make sense? Hopefully that gives you an example. And again, in the book, we talk about this, about how to create luck, how to do that. Now, what we are going to do, the next stage, and I've just been told actually that more and more people are getting also the individual copies. That's amazing, thank you. Because remember, when 25 people get the 100 books, we get to 4,200. And then what ends up happening is that the individual orders can then make it between the 4,200 and the 5,000. So the individual ones are as important also as the founder intensive as well, whether you're getting it for your friends or your family or siblings or anyone else. So this is amazing. I want to thank you guys so much. So now, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to give away some more money. Woo! Tim spent money, whoa! Great. So now the next thing we're going to do is we've given Antoinette the grant and the mentorship. Now on stage, we are going to bring the winner of the next pot of money, which is £1,500, and that is Zara! Hello. Ooh, what a nice suit. Nice suit. Where's she standing here? So, Zara, you ran a business called Kenju? Kenju. Do you want to tell people here what Kenju is?
Yes, so Kenju is essentially a premium functional sparkling beverage brand. Essentially my why. So I'm Zara, as you said. I'm British Ghanaian. I'm also
from
medic.
Ghana as well?
Yes, Ghanaian.
I should have known that. Then I'd give you more money. Change it up.
But essentially, as a medic, I always see on a day-to-day basis how our health choices, how our dietary choices impact our health. Particularly in the UK, rates of lifestyle-related cancers, chronic conditions are on the rise. And really, I'm trying to bring, Kenju is a brand that's rooted in African heritage. It's bringing refreshing and bold new flavors to the UK, as well as health-led ingredients to the UK. So that's it in short.
Amazing.
But yes.
What's the ambition for this business? What's the goal? Is it to get into retailers? Are you in any retailers now? Tell us.
No, so we're still early stage. We want to validate the product, validate demand, but the end goal is to scale, eventually to really build a Kenju community, get people knowing about the brand, get people knowing and highlighting African superfoods and the powerful health benefits of African superfoods.
Okay, so you have won 2 things. In fact, you've won 3 things. So you know 2 of them, but you don't know the third. So the first one is you've won your share of the 10 grand. So that's
Amazing.
1,500. And we'll get that sent to you because apparently my Starlink doesn't work. I don't know what's going on. But you'll get that sent to you right now.
Thank you.
Jonah, sort it. And then the next thing is, as all the other winners, you would actually also get on a coaching call with me as well. But actually, as you were talking, I remembered something that I know the buyers at Morrison's and Sainsbury's.
Amazing.
And so, actually, once you've validated the demand and we have something there, I am going to personally introduce you to both of them.
Oh, amazing.
So
Thank you.
go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank
Guys, give it up for Zara.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to invite another person to be one of our speakers, another person who you know, another person who I love, another person who is, the first time I met him, I was like, bro, are you for real? Because I was like, I don't really get this, what's your dream thing that you keep asking people. What's your dream? What's your dream? Talking about purpose. Like, what are you talking about? And then actually I spent some time with him and I realized that he genuinely believes it. And as a result, I genuinely also believe in the mission that he has, which is to get people to dream. It's very similar to me, to get people to start and take action. And that is my wonderful, my beautiful, my amazing, my charismatic, my energetic, my dope friend, Mr. Simon Squibb. There we go.
Wow, that was quite an intro. Thank you so much. I really like you as well.
Simon is in Dubai right now, right?
Yes, I'm at the 1 Billion Summit here.
Yeah.
Just did a collab with Mr. Beast yesterday, which is really exciting. So having fun here in Dubai, but missing the cold weather of England.
Oh, good. Yeah.
England.
We were...
Go.
I was to be with you, and then I said, you know what, if this is the week that we make this a Sunday Times bestseller, then 1 billion can wait, because we are creating the Sunday Times bestseller. So, now, a bunch of questions for you, Mr. Simon, Mr. What's Your Dream? Mr. Simon. Let us begin with the first question, which is, can we go down? Which is a question by Derek, which is, what is the best thing? You are someone who's built a lot of successful businesses. Like, people don't realize, but like, Simon is actually an amazing entrepreneur. Like, people are like, oh yeah, he's a guy on Insta, but actually, like, this guy knows a shit ton about business. So a question from Derek is, what is the best thing to do for cash flow when you're starting up a business, when you also have bills to pay outside of the business?
Well, I mean, the business itself, it depends on the business model, but I love businesses. I actually like service companies. People always look down on them, but the great thing about service companies, if I say to you, right, I'll help you post up your videos and I'll do it every day and I'm going to charge you £3,000 a month for that service, let's say, and then you say, I need a 50% deposit of £1,500, I'm happy to pay it. And then, of course, when I deliver the service at the end of the month, you pay me the final amount. But I like businesses like that because it can help me with my cash flow and I don't need to pay out anything, especially if I'm doing the work. So you can make quite good money just by making sure you understand the payment method system and understand that people are happy to pay 50%. People are scared to ask for money. They're scared to ask to be paid for the money they're owed. About that particular business. So, I mean, just make sure your cash flow is well managed and keep your costs down so your bills aren't so high and you should be all right.
There you go. Very simple, super tactical. I ask all the speakers, by the way, to be super tactical in what they do, and I love that. Next question is from Charlotte Asma. Charlotte. She said, how do you build your team when you were just starting out and all you have are your dreams and perseverance? This is actually a very important thing, right? We all know that teams scale, etc. But when you have to build out your team and you're like, all right, I don't have that much cash, but I have an ambition and a vision, how can I actually do that? I know that's something that you have experience with and you know people who do. So tell us tactically, how do we do that?
Yeah. Again, this a little bit depends on your stage. So, you know, I started my content play 6 years ago and I had made a lot of money selling a company. So I had money in the bank to experiment. So what I did is I actually, even though I had quite a lot of money potentially to spend on doing content, I knew I wasn't good at it yet, so I didn't overinvest. So the first person to get good at something in content-wise was me. So what did I do? I actually hired an assistant, a lady called Talia, to basically organize my diary, organize my interviews, organize my initial content, which was podcasts. And then I hired a part-time editor to help me. And for 3 years, that's basically what I did until I got good at it. And then I hired a team. Now I have 8 people full-time on it. And so I only did that once I could see a market fit, so revenue coming through. I was good enough to justify the team and that the business model was ready for it. And I did it gradually as well. I hired those people one by one, an editor and then a cameraman and then another editor and then another editor, and then someone to help me do the posting, then a copywriter and so on. Now, if you don't have money, I think what I did previously was I had a company called Fluid. It's a creative agency. It was called Fluid Design and Marketing. It became the biggest agency in Hong Kong. But initially, I met a graphic designer. She was a really good designer, but she wasn't very good at sales. So I said, I'll do the sales and you do the design work. And we started at 50. We both had a little bit of savings. We didn't take any money out. And then we ran the 50% cash model I just explained. So basically, we had no cost to get the team, the initial team. Helen was the designer. I was the sales marketing guy. So no cost initially for the first couple of weeks. Then we ran that cash flow model. Instantly, we got some big clients. Then we saw that we could deliver. And then we hired the people to do the delivery when we didn't have the team to do the delivery. So we didn't hire everyone and then try and get the work. We got the work, we set the cash flow system up properly, and then we hired the people. Now, you do need to line up the people because finding them can be hard. But you can go talk to someone and say, look, we're about to win a big project. And if it comes off, we'd like to bring you on board. Like, what's your notice period and what's your salary expectations? And get a lot of it lined up before you actually commit and they join and you have that fixed monthly cost. And if you have no money, you have to manage that bit really well.
That's quite tactical. Isn't that quite tactical, guys? Super tactical. All right, now, final 3 questions. One is, how do you go about using other people's resources to get off the ground? So you've talked about how you can use your resources, how to start from scratch. But one thing that I know you're very good at is like bringing in other people into what you're doing in order to help the mission. So let's say someone is here and what they want to do is to be able to almost like convince other people and tap in their resources, their network, their money, their audience, that sort of thing to get to the mission. What's the way for them to do that?
Well, I think what you're doing here, Timo, is a good example. I'm not getting any financial benefit from being here, and I don't get any financial benefit from the book. But Timo and my mission are aligned. So if Timo does well, his book does well, more people get the help they need to follow their dreams. So, the conversation isn't, Timo, I normally get paid $80,000 to go on a 1-hour talk. No, I'm here because I believe in his mission. And I think that's what you need to try and find, people that are on the same mission as you, people that are aligned with you. Yes, sometimes money might still come into the conversation, but not for the ones that are genuine about it. To be honest, if I know that more books that Timo sells, the more people are going to get help. That's my motivation. And that's because I have a mission to help people follow their dreams, right? Taking action as part of following those dreams. So I think that's one way. Not everyone is mission driven. Not everyone is purpose led. So the other way is just, cross-pollination. So what can you bring to the table that they need? And what can they bring to the table that you need? It's just an exchange of goods and services, right? So maybe your exchange is time and their exchange is a database.
Yeah.
But you got to think about what the exchange opportunity is. And I hate the terminology give and take, but it's very common, right? I'll help you if you help me. There's something really interesting. This is probably a third strategy, give without take, right? You should help someone every single day for the next year. And if you don't need anything from those people, it's so powerful. If you can help one person for 5 minutes a day, a year from now, when you might need them, they're not going to think twice. So maybe just be kind, help people. Don't expect anything back. You'll be shocked how much that pays you back later in all sorts of ways. Again, I know Timo helps a lot of people. I've been in a room when Timo's not even there and people are talking nicely about him. That goes a long way. And so, it's not always like that. But I don't know if I'm getting humour across here, probably. It is always like that. I'm only joking. But the point I'm making is just be kind. You'll be shocked how much that will pay you back when it comes to doing deals later and getting people on board. And how all sorts of people are called out of the woodwork to come and help you because they heard you're a good person.
That's amazing. One other question here is, you obviously have built an incredible personal brand. What is one thing that you know now that you wish you knew early on? I know you and I have had several conversations where at the beginning it was very businessy, it was kind of like preaching at people, and then there was some kind of transition here where you realize, well, if you ask people this, if you uplift people, things change. But I'm curious to know, of all the things you now know about building a personal brand and social media, what is one thing that you wish that you had known early on that you know now?
Oh, so many things that come into my mind. I'm like, which one do I pick?
Well, let's pick 2.
Let's pick 2. All right.
Pick 2, not one.
I guess, content for me, when I first started, as an example, I did do it on my own. I didn't do enough collaborations with other content creators, for example. And I assumed, I just name dropped a minute ago. I did a collab with Mr. Beast yesterday. Of course, he's massive. I'm so small compared to who he is and his following, right? So I have 2.1 million followers on TikTok, which is pretty good for a business account, right? Business specific TikTok account. But he has 457 million. If I looked at the numbers, do I think Mr. Beast is going to do a collaboration with me? No, but I did it anyway, and I asked anyway, and I think that's the thing, collaboration in general. you should always try to do. And don't be scared to punch up. Like see if you can actually get ones bigger than you. And again, if you can mission align, or they like you, or you can bring some value, and just give back. A lot of people want to give. No, I do. I want to help those that when I was that 5 years ago, when I was first making content and I was getting 20 views, I see it. I don't think, I'm not going to help you because you're only getting 20 views. I think I was there once. Let me help you.
It's amazing. Is there a second thing?
Well, I guess probably making sure you understand the full mechanism of, say, in content creation, what you need to do. Each channel is very specific.
Yeah.
So, I did really well on TikTok, and then I went onto YouTube, and I realized it's a completely different animal. I think things are getting a little easier now with a lot of the platforms copying each other, but I think it's probably understanding that just because what you do on TikTok works, it doesn't mean it will work on another platform.
Right.
And then, have a formula, right? You kind of hear it all the time, the hook, the story arc, the payoff, right? So just make sure that everything has sometimes I see people making content, for example, they think it's interesting. It's not interesting for the audience. So a lot of the time people will say something, it brings no value to their audience. It just brings value to them. They'll say, buy my book, right? And people are like, okay. It's like walking into a pub or a restaurant, shout, buy my book. You got to, like you're doing here, you're bringing value to the audience, right? And if they want to buy your book, brilliant. But I think that's something people overlook sometimes. They're in such a race to like sell or promote. They're not thinking about the audience they're talking to. And often then they wonder why they don't get views or it doesn't last long.
And then the final question is also about personal brand, which is if someone is starting now, they're a young person, they're trying to just create content on, let's say, Instagram, right? Now, you have a mission, you have a purpose. You talk about the content related to that purpose. Now, let's say someone says, I don't really have a mission, I don't have a purpose. I just want to create content, to be a content creator. This might be a difficult question here, but how do I decide what to actually talk about on Instagram? If I don't have some big mission, I just kind of want to have views and an audience because I know at some point in life it would actually help me.
Yeah, I mean, I find that sort of question hard to answer because I do think you need a foundation, you need a reason to do it. You need a motivation to do it. So I was very motivated when I was young because I didn't have any money and I couldn't get a job because I just felt like I had to make my business work. So you need an underlying motivation to keep you going. Now, ego can be a motivation. It's nothing wrong. I think ego is sometimes looked down upon, like he's got an ego, hasn't he? It powers you up. I want to be the best at what I do and that's an ego. That's good.
Yeah.
I think maybe tap into your ego. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to making content, I genuinely think there's a few different frames. One is value to audience, right?
Yeah.
That is important. But value can also be just letting people follow what's going on in your life, right? Giving people access to, maybe you even making content about you don't know what content to make.
Yeah.
That's not interesting, right? You get a lot of engagement and stuff like that. People are like, you should make this, you should make that. And then maybe you try to make all those different things that people suggest to you. I think, and I know it's an overused word, but it's an important word, authenticity, man.
I knew you were going to say that.
A lot of people,
I knew he was going to bang you out.
Yeah, I can't help it. I think a lot of people do tend to be something else. And then later they can't sustain it, or they get caught out, or just be yourself. And even if it's like, hey, I can't be bothered to go to work today, and I can't be bothered to make content. My video is about how I can't be bothered to make content. People are like, I get you, man. I totally get it. Whatever you're actually honestly feeling, I think that's so powerful.
That's amazing. That's super practical, guys, isn't it? It's amazing. That's amazing. And Simon has also contributed. Sorry, go on. What are you gonna say?
Oh, I'm getting cheers. I wasn't expecting.
There you're getting cheers. You're getting fans. There we go. Woo! Simon. All right, amazing, Simon. Thank you so much. This was amazing. Thank you so much. And Simon has also, as you know, Simon has also shared his cheat code. So you have Tim's cheat code, you have Chris's cheat code, you have Laura's cheat code, and then you have Simon's cheat code for building a personal brand, all if you pre-order now. We're giving you everything to make sure 2026 is the year that's amazing for you. Any final words from you, boss man?
No, when does the Sunday Times ranking come out? Next Sunday, not this Sunday, right?
Next Sunday, yeah. So this week and then for next week, yeah.
Let me set the groundwork. My book is #1 this Sunday on paperback in the UK. #1 on the Sunday Times bestseller list this Sunday. So next Sunday, come and join me. You'll be on the hardback.
Okay. We are knocking Simon off this list. Bye. Bye.
You can't.
Go, take him off.
Knock me off. I'm paperback.
See you, bro.
It's a different list. See you, mate.
Should we do some gongs?
Oh, crap, okay. Oh, crap,
So
okay.
3 more with 1 spot left.
Oh, wow, okay, well done. Good. Okay, who is it? Who is it? Okay, the next person is Ebony Ali. Let's go. All right, next person is Felicia Flinders. Let's go. Welcome to the Founder Intensive. Welcome to the Founder Intensive, and thank you for helping this become a Sunday Times bestseller and knocking Simon off. All right, and then the next person is Boglaka Kiss. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, now we have one left. And what I've just been told is that we have set up a ability, because I know some people have jumped on this call and it's like, okay, here's the thing for the Founder Intensive, and perhaps at the moment you don't have it. So what you can do for that one spot left is, I've now been told we have set up a 3-month split for people who want to get it on Klarna. So you can actually, wow, okay, that's amazing. That's a surprise to me. Cool. We are doing everything that we actually can in order to make sure that you can join that Founder Intensive, you can contribute to that Sunday Times bestseller, and most importantly, you can impact people. So, wow, that's amazing. So you can do a 3-month split for $666 a month on Klarna. So now you have pretty much no excuse.
Only one person can do it, guys.
Oh, wow.
One
okay.
left.
Well,
One
I didn't
left.
know
We've
that,
done
but
it.
sure. All right, guys. Thank you. Okay. That's cool. You know, isn't it great when you have a team who just make decisions and then tell you on stage and then go, yeah, okay, that's great. That's so wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, wonderful. Apparently so. So that's great. And I think that is actually a very important thing because, of course, like there are people who want the Founder Intensive. There are people who want to contribute, who want to give their support. And of course, if the financial is going to be an issue, then of course, this is a good way to do that. All right. Great idea, guys. Well done. So, the final thing, all good? The final thing that we need to do before we bring our final speaker on stage is another Timo time. Whoa! Right, so this final Timo time it's not that deep. It's not that deep. This is a Timo time that I love, and it is cheat code number 8. It's not that deep. So the reason why I have this, right, because I've been on BBC and all of these on all these places, and they ask me and they say, what is your favorite cheat code? What is the cheat code that you would just take to your grave? And it is this. It's not that deep. And I'll tell you how I actually came across it. In the book, I actually talk about it, which is there was a time when Fanbytes was growing very, very fast. And we needed money, we needed investors. And as a result, what we ended up doing was talking to people. And one investor had said that he was going to commit 500 grand to invest in the business. And as a result of that, we had done those projections. We had thought, these are the people that we're going to hire. These are the people that we're going to bring in. And then here's what's happened. It was a Thursday. On a Thursday, I get a phone call from that investor. And that investor basically says to me, hello, Timo, I can't invest anymore. I'm like, what do you mean you can't invest anymore? I thought we had disagreed. We had just signed paperwork. And then he said, yeah, I can't invest anymore because I'm having dinner with my friend. And he says, TikTok because at that point we're activating a lot on TikTok. TikTok is a Chinese spy app. And so because of that, I don't want to support China. And because of that, I don't want to invest. No one gave me the manual as to what to do when investor says he doesn't like China, therefore he's not going to invest in you. So at that point, the only thing I could do, I remember I said, okay, cool. And I put the phone down. And I literally just said, for the first time, I just said it very loud. It was just me in the office. I said, it's not that deep. And I remember just me being there by myself and thinking, okay, we got to figure it out. We got to figure out. And I remember calling my co-founders and telling my team and saying, all right, guys, I guess this is it. It's not that deep, though. We got to find the money from somewhere else. And what ended up happening was that we eventually did find the money. We ended up actually having even better investors, because it actually turns out that that prior investor was a bit, shall we say, a bit odd, shall we say. And that there formed this principle, and that's why in this cheat code we have something there we said it's not that deep. Because in this, you will come to understand something. Whether you're starting a business, whether you're trying to do anything of significance, you have to just internalize that it's not that deep. That there are so many times in our lives, there's so many times in our business where like bad things would happen. Bad things are expected to happen in business because it's expected to be hard. It's expected to be tricky. That's kind of like the whole point. If it was easy, every single person would actually do it. But because it's not easy, because it's something that is difficult, because of that is the reason why we do it. Is the reason why we put ourselves through all of this mumbo jumbo, because the outcomes that we want are what other people aren't able to have. And if other people aren't able to have that, then it's worth doing. And when those bad things happen, I don't want anyone here after this talk, after you read this book, I don't want you guys then to go, yeah, you know, this is going to crush me. This is going to destroy me. This is going to do that. I want you to literally say to yourself, it's not that deep. Because just that single thing is not that deep. Just that single understanding that this too shall pass. I've been very vulnerable with you guys in this talk. I've shared stories about my mum. I've shared stories about my dad. But I'm still standing here today telling you that it's not that deep. I'm still standing here to say like this too shall pass. I'm still standing here after all the craziness that's happened in life and business, and I hope that at the very least you take this as testament to the fact that bad things are going to happen. Like, I don't want to be that guy who is all about positive, 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 because like it's not just what's the phrase? It's not just a box of rainbows or sunshine and rainbows. That's the phrase people say, right? I don't want to be the guy who's like positive, 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 because shit happens, bro. You know, shit would happen in business, shit would happen in life, and the people who win are those who can say, it's not that deep. And at least I want you to take this. And I want, for everyone on the live, I'm going to set a challenge this week. This week, I want you, when times get tough, I want you to message me, DM me, a story of when you said it's not that deep. And then what I will personally do is I will repost it to my Instagram. We get tens of thousands of views on our story. I will repost it to my Instagram. I'll tag you, because that is a celebration of you living this new life of realizing that it's not that deep. Is that a fair deal for everyone here? Yes. Okay, amazing. So that's the final thing. And remember, it's cheat code number 8. It's not that deep. It's something that we just go through in the book about mental frameworks where you can take something that seems very big and you can actually make sure that it doesn't derail you. Now, the next thing we are going to do is we are going to announce some more money. Woo! Team will give away money. Which is kind of funny. Whoa, not yet, you know, okay. Also, there's drill music that you keep playing. It's you know, it's gonna get me in the vibe a bit, you know? All right, so this, so the next winner, so we've announced people winning 1,000, we've announced people winning 1,500 sent to your accounts. right now, we are now going to announce the winner of 2,500. Now, this is, again, the reason why we've put all of this together. The reason why we are literally funding ideas is similar to Simon. We don't want you to stop. We don't want you to just stay there and just say, oh, well, I don't have the capital for this, or I don't have the expertise for this. Maybe just this small amount, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. Of course, that's not going to make or break your entire business, but it's going to help you to move faster. It's going to help you to maybe pay for those Facebook ads. It's going to help you to pay that Upworker or that VA for a month. This is the reason why we do this, so that it helps you to get to that next level of your growth. And so, the winner of 2,500 of cash is Stephen from Talent Works. Let's go. Now you can play the drill. How you doing? So, actually, I just realized, and even crazier, from what I understand, you actually flew in from Portugal just for this.
Yes.
That's the flex. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. That's amazing. And if I'm correct, we actually
spoke on Lamide's podcast.
Lamide's podcast. So, crazy story. So, I did a podcast with a girl called Lamide, and I pinged her this idea. I was like, let's get someone to actually call in. And it was Stephen. And if I remember, so you asked me a question about hiring like an SDR.
Yeah.
Go on.
So basically, I asked a question about hiring an SDR for my business because I kind of got to the point where, like, as a founder, I was at capacity basically, and I wanted to do more high leverage stuff, like getting in front of clients and selling, and like still managing delivery. So I wanted to take myself out of day to day. So I called in and asked your advice about basically like how do I scale past 100K, because we hit 100K last year. How do I scale past that? And I think you just candidly told me, look, when we're free at Fanbytes, it's like, you know, we went up to 600 and we were doing everything ourselves. And you basically advised me to hire like a setter on like a commission only basis. And then literally a few weeks after that podcast aired, a setter reached out to me from watching that podcast in my DMs on LinkedIn and said, hey, I watched your podcast with Timothy Army and I heard that you needed a setter. And she sent me like this personalized video. That's how to stand up, by the way. She sent me a personalized video breaking down her credentials. And now when we get some more contracts in, I'm probably going to hire her as a setter. So yeah.
That is sensational. In fact, that is worthy of a gong. I'm going to hear a gong just for that, right? That is sensational. All right, so you, my dear friend, have won £2,500 cash. We are going to send it on stage right now. But before that, I want you to tell the thousands of people here, what is TalentWorks?
So TalentWorks is actually a new name, and we're rebranding to TalentWorks. Well, we're actually called Beyond Education initially.
Called what? Beyond?
Beyond Education,
Beyond
yeah.
Education.
But we're essentially a marketing agency that advertises jobs and for employers, basically using influencer marketing and event activations. And we're basically helping them basically advertise jobs and help them attract their target audience. So we've done campaigns for the likes of BBC, HSBC, Barclays, and basically big corporates. And I'd say the first 2 years of business, I quit my corporate job like 4 years ago. And the first 2 years
What
of
was your
business,
corporate job before?
So I was working in private equity. That was like the last thing I was working in. And the first 2 years, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was kind of just like figuring out how to basically make money from corporates. But last year was the year where we like cracked it. And I was like, oh, like this is actually how it works. So yeah, it's essentially just like Fanbytes, but basically for employers and advertising jobs. And I think we're rebranding now to TalentWorks because we're trying to expand like the total addressable market. So when we get into organizations, typically we're advertising their internships and graduate programs. Yeah. But now we've kind of seen that influencer marketing and event activations, we can kind of use it to help them attract any audience they want effectively, right? So that's why we're kind of rebranding to TalentWorks, and the whole idea is to basically like kind of go out of a bang and go into the market to kind of do that and yeah, make more money hopefully.
Now, the question for you, by the way, if you see my phone, it's because I'm like sending you the money in real time. No, you know this shit ain't fake, it's real. Starlin be asking me all sorts of questions. Jesus Christ, when did you last pay this person? Never. So the question is, what are you going to use the 2,500 for?
I'm going to use it to pay for the founder intensive. So I already bought the founder intensive. Yeah, it's like, I bought the founder intensive and you butchered my name completely.
Oh my God.
But it's all good. But yeah, I'm basically just using it to offset the founder intensive. And then the 500 extra is probably going to be used to pay for the last minute flight I had to book to Portugal and cut my trip short. So yeah, basically offset the cost.
Okay, well, at the very least, you'll be getting two things. One, of course, as I said, for all the people who win, you'll be getting a coaching session with me as a group. But also, like, your model is obviously so similar to Fanbytes, and so I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I can also help with in terms of like potential people to sell to, potential buyers to sell to. But there you go, amazing. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you. Play the drill music again. All right. Geez, make payment. Done. All right. There you go. Now, paid. There we go. This shit's real, boys. Cool. Are we done? So, now we come to the final speaker of the day. Final speaker of the day. Are we having fun, guys? Are we rolling? All right. Now, the final speaker of the day is someone I've learned a lot from. It's someone who, even before I got to know him, I read a ton of his books. I took a bunch of his framework. He's like the person who really was like the OG of this whole world of personal brand, of this whole movement here. Last week, we posted a photo together, which ended up with, we posted a video together where I just showed him a bunch of businesses and I said, how would you grow it? How would you grow it? And he absolutely killed it. Absolutely smashed it. I was like, bro, this guy is a business savant. And he is someone who you've definitely seen on a bunch of podcasts, a bunch of stuff. It is none other than the boss man himself, Mr. Daniel Priestley!
Legend.
Lovely.
Lovely to see you. How long have you been up here? 3 hours now? 4 hours?
We've been trapping.
Hey.
We've been trapping.
Doing well.
Thanks. So what happened to your hand?
Oh, I was trying to impress my daughter to show her that I can still skateboard, and I can't.
That makes perfect sense.
So she's not impressed. She's kind of impressed that skateboards are dangerous. That's what I've impressed upon her.
It's funny.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dan, you are the man with the business savant energy. And so what we're going to do, we have a bunch of questions from you, for you. Yes, for you.
By the way, I think you are so close to Sunday Times. Like you're so close. You're so close.
Here we go.
You're so close.
There we go.
You set your mind to it, and look what you've done.
Yes. Well, it's all thanks to everyone on the live, and thank you to you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's also thanks to the one.
And it's a great book. It's a really great book.
Thank you. I appreciate
you. You're talking about stuff that isn't in most books. A lot of the stuff that's in your book, it's rarely talked about, but it's so true.
I appreciate
Things like luck, copying, right?
Copying,
Stuff that most people try and keep hidden. You've just gone and put it out there. I love it.
There you go. The source. We just share the source. No gatekeeping. Maybe I should have changed the subtitle. No gatekeeping. What's stopping you? No gatekeeping. All right. So, Mr. Dan, so we have a bunch of questions from you. We are actually going to start off with a question from Bradley Harvey Stone. He said, was there a time where you felt your businesses were not going to work or had reached a significant block point? What shift in mindset or action helped you to push through that?
So my businesses, I boom busted 3 times. So in my 20s, I went 0 to million, back down to 0, 0 to millions, back down to 0, 0 to, I did 3 boom busts.
Okay.
So I absolutely know what it feels like, to have the whole rug pulled out and not to feel like the business isn't going to work, to know that the business is not going to work. Right?
Yeah.
And then there's been times where, more recently, when COVID came along, and I was running a business that had offices in 10 cities around the world, and we were running so many live events, and I knew that this is the end of the world as we know it, and even when we come back out of lockdown, the world will not be the same. And I knew I have a business that is not going to work, and I have to reinvent it. The first time I saw ChatGPT, genuinely November 2022, I watched it doing the thing, and I started asking a few questions, and I started playing around with just the very first version of ChatGPT. And I went, oh, that's it. The world as we know it is over. It's a matter of time. We're only 5 years away. The whole world as we know it will be completely different. And I knew I've got to rearrange my entire business around this new technology.
That's fascinating.
So I get it. So what was the question then?
Well,
what do you do? You
no,
just
no.
freak out. You just,
just freak out. AI's gonna kill everyone. No, I think the point is when those times have happened,
Yeah.
what has been the mindset shift that you've then had in order to then push through?
Okay, so what I do is I imagine 3 years into the future, and I imagine that myself, my closest friends, and my team, we're all at a party and we're celebrating. And we're all sitting there looking at each other and saying, we did it. We actually achieved this thing. And I imagine us clinking the glasses of champagne, high-fiving each other, and I imagine that we're celebrating exactly 3 years from now. And I think to myself, what are we celebrating? What have we done, right? And I say, okay, what would we be celebrating? What would I love to be celebrating 3 years from now? And I start with, okay, how many people are on the team? What awards have we won? What revenue have we hit? What profit have we hit? How many people's lives have we impacted? What kind of value have we added to the world? So I start with the celebration, and then I start working back from there. I say, okay, what are we celebrating? What happened before that celebration? What happened before that? What happened before that? And I just say, you know what? I'm going to reverse engineer an inspiring future, and I'm just going to get reconnected to my future's going to be bright. We're going to be celebrating. Let's work backwards from there.
Oh, wow, that's powerful. Wow. That was quite powerful, wasn't it, guys?
Oh, look,
that's insane, yeah.
They're crying.
Yeah, that's
right?
incredible. That's so good. Yeah, that's so good. All right, so one of the things that you are very good at is basically how to almost like create pent-up demand for something. In fact, actually, for this entire book launch, like creating a wait list, doing all that stuff, I was like, this is what Dan will do. Let us also create a wait list. And so one of the things that Sade has asked here is, what is a specific content strategy that you have seen that works well for service-based businesses? So let's say, I have a marketing agency, I have some kind of a service-based business, I'm starting off. What is a content strategy I can use which would then help me to get
the specific content strategy for service-based businesses is the formula 1174, and it is 11 pieces of short-form content into 2 to 4 hours worth of long-form content into a call to action where people go onto your landing page and fill in a form, right? Wow. So consider this. The data, the research says that people see you for the first time when they see you for the 11th time. Right, so they notice you for the first time when they hit the 11th. They ignore the first 10 times, and then they see you the 11th time, and they go, "Hey, wait a second, I've seen this guy around." Right, so you have to give people 11 pieces of content for them to just see you for the first time, and the clock resets every 90 days. So if I don't see you 11 times every 90 days, I don't know that you even exist. You completely disappear out of my awareness. So I need to consistently go right. So we need to make sure that people are seeing you 11 times. Yeah. That's how people notice you. The next thing is they want to get to know you. And the research says that people get to know you when they interact with you for 2 to 7 hours. So 2 to 7 hours could be a podcast, could be a book, could be something that they're engaging with, right? So 2 to 7 hours is that I feel like I know you because of that 2 to 7 hours. And then in order to turn that into business, we need to have a call to action where people engage with you. And we want to have a little playground of things people could do. They might want to enroll in a mini course. They might want to take an online assessment. They might want to join a discussion group. They might want to enroll for a live webinar. Right? So it's like, but they need to leave social and they need to go to a separate landing page and they need to fill in the form. So 11 pieces of content, 2 to 7 hours worth of long form, and then something to engage with.
Are you not entertained? That's incredible. That was insane. Framework king. All right, now, one of the chapters in my book, What's Stopping You, is how to build a network when you are nobody. And we did a video which absolutely took off and people really loved it. And the video is basically your frameworks on how you build a network. And I remember you said,
yeah, dinner parties.
You said dinner parties. And I was like, brother, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then he told me, so tell us, how would Dan Priestley build a network now in 2026 that everyone can use?
Well, I'll start with 2006 and then I'll do 2026. But 2006, I arrived in London for the very first time. I'd never been above the equator. I only recently had my own passport. I was 24, 25 years old, something like that. So I arrive into London and I basically say I'm going to put on a dinner party for the who's who in my industry in this. So I get a private dining, and it was £1,600 to do the private dining, 2 courses with a half a bottle of wine each, and it was at a reasonable, nice Italian restaurant. And what we did is I just reached out to people and said, look, I've just arrived from Australia. I don't know anyone, but I'm putting together a dinner party. I'd love to invite you as my guest. Would you like to come along? I'm putting together a guest list of pretty much the who's who of the London tech and entrepreneurship scene. So I started reaching out. I'd signed myself up as a customer of a private bank called Coutts.
Yeah.
All right, so I went to them and I said, look, I'm arriving. I've got absolutely nothing. All right, I'm arriving with nothing, but I'm going to be building a successful multi-million-dollar business. Would you like to have me as a customer?
No way. That's how you...
Yeah, of course I did, right? Well, because I said you can either wait until I'm already rich, in which case I'll be choosing, or you can get in early, right? And
on business.
Do you know, it turns out that Coutts had a early entrepreneurs program. They actually said, oh, that's an easy one, Daniel. We actually have an entrepreneurs fast lane for young entrepreneurs or for early stage entrepreneurs.
Wow.
So they said, we'll put you in touch with our head of entrepreneurship who's going to, that's totally...
Wow.
Great. So I signed up with that, and then I met some people through their dinner party that they had. I invited them to my dinner party. I went to a private members club as a guest, and I invited some people to my dinner party. And then I started reaching out on this social network. Before LinkedIn, there was a social network called Academy, which I ended up buying that business.
Academy?
Yeah, years later. And
by the way, Sido, what a flex, by the way. Talk your shit, boy. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So I reached out to the most connected people, and I basically invited them to the dinner party. And then on the night, I stood in front of the room of 28 people, and I said, look, I've just arrived from Australia. I'm going to be launching a business. I would love to partner with some of you. I know that you're all very well connected. I'd like to do a partnership for my launch events that I'm running. I'm going to be running launch events in Manchester, Birmingham and London, and Milton Keynes. I'd love for you to be partners in that. I said to them, I'm going to walk around the room and I'm going to go and let people put a time in my diary, and in my calendar, and then we'll meet up in the next 2 weeks. Over the next 2 weeks, I signed up 26 affiliate partners. We ended up with, on the day of launch, we ended up with 800 people booking into my launch events.
Wow.
And then we did £4 million in the first year worth of business just off the back of the people that came to the launch events. So from 0 to 28 at the dinner party to 800 at the events to £4 million worth of business in year 1. And it all started with dinner party.
That is insane. Yeah. And sorry, just a quick side note, like in the cheat codes that Dan shares, the ones that you get when you pre-order, you'll be getting this exact examples of playbooks you can use. Exactly what he just said. You can get how you can use it in so many different ways. That's insane. Okay, so actually tagging off that, how would you replicate that in 2026? That sort of energy.
I'll tell you, last year I arrived in Dubai and I was there for 4 days, and I thought I should build my network in Dubai. So I contacted a travel business that takes people out to the desert for dinner. And they do a camel experience, they do a hawk flying experience.
Yeah.
Then they have a chef who prepares dinner, and then you have dinner in the desert. And it's a beautiful experience. So I said, how much is it to take 20 people out to the desert? And they said, oh, this is how much. And I said, let me just book it all in. So I book it in, not knowing who I'm going to invite.
That's cool.
But then I just start reaching out to people and I say, look, I'm doing an experience where I'm taking some of Dubai's top influencers for dinner in the desert. If you'd like to join, let me know and I'd love to invite you. So by the time I started sending messages in the British Airways lounge in Britain. And then by the time I'd gotten to Dubai and landed, I had the responses, yeah, count me in, I'd love to be there.
That's funny.
I think it cost, I don't know, maybe it cost $2 or $3 but for $2 or $3 I basically had the who's who of Dubai come and have dinner in the desert with me, for 20 people in the desert. So.
That's insane. And it's so interesting, right? Because I guess like, in 2026 now, like, let's say you wanted to put on some kind of event, you here wanted to build a network, people on the live, you might say, all right, what is an experience I can do and then how can I then invite people to be part of that experience, because then that will put me at the center of that network. That's what you did in Dubai. You don't, have to wait to Dubai to do it. You could just, do that now.
Yeah.
What's a cool thing? What's a magic show? All right, I'm gonna message 10 people. Do you guys like magic? Yeah, you do. Now let's all come in here.
I've done similar ones on boats where I've reached out to someone who's rich who has a boat, and I've said, can I bring some of the most influential people onto the boat, and we'll have burgers on the boat. And we had a burger night on the boat, and it was a 100-foot yacht. It cost nothing.
Yeah.
Right? It was just cheeky to ask. The other thing too is that in that case of the desert experience, I paid for it. I forget how much it was, but it was around a few £1,000s. But I could have easily reached out to an accounting firm, law firm, high net worth firm, wealth manager, and said, I'm taking 15, 20 top influencers out for dinner in the desert. Would you like to sponsor that experience?
No money.
No money, right? They pay for the whole thing. So
that's insane. Every time I talk to Dan, I go like, bruh,
life's easy.
It's easy. Life's easy. Life's easy when you're not trying to skateboard. Anyway.
Other than skateboarding, yeah.
This is a question from Paras. Paras's question is, how do you decide whether to continue bootstrapping versus raise VC? So I know that you talk a lot about the J-curve businesses, right? You talk about lifestyle businesses, J-curve businesses. I guess the question is, when would you recommend trying to raise money and at what stage?
I would just say never do VC.
Oh, okay, that was easy. Why? Tell us.
Look, the thing with VC is that VC is a very specific type of funding designed to get you to $1 billion valuation. And pretty much as the founder entrepreneur, if you go anything short of $1 billion valuation, you get screwed. You get totally screwed over. You might put 6, 7, 8 years of your life, 60, 70 hours a week of your life into that. They structure those contracts like brutally, right? They have all sorts of clauses in there that would, if you understood them at the time, you'd never sign the agreement. Because essentially, unless they get a compounded return on their capital, there is no way you're going to get anything other than a basic wage. There are people who have built businesses worth 600 million who ended up with a few $100,000 in income off the back of it because they didn't hit the high watermark that they needed to hit. I know entrepreneurs who have built and sold businesses for 10 to 50 million, and they've walked away with massive amounts of more money after selling their company than people who have an amazing headline number. Oh, so-and-so got sold for 400 million. No one earned any. The VC got their money back and their compounded rate of return, but the entrepreneur got a basic income. And that happens regularly.
Yeah.
So I would say that we live in a time where you don't really need VC. You've got AI, you've got social media campaigns. What do you need the money for? Unless you're scaling up some medical device and you need to build some super high-tech factory or something, like there's such a narrow use case as to what VC is actually good for. You should bootstrap, you should have a few angel investors, find a way to avoid the VC.
It's so funny you should say this, because in my book, Cheat Code 7, it's like, ego is really the enemy. That's the title of it. And we go into different ways to make sure that you're not just talking to your ego, or your ego is not the one driving the conversation, but it's you. And one of the things that I say is in there is like, so many people want to raise money because of ego. They want to raise money because they want that like TechCrunch article which says, so and so has raised at this. But you and I know, like so many entrepreneurs, they get the amazing congrats on LinkedIn, and then really what now they have is 4% of their business, but they're still meant to be this CEO co-founder.
Yeah, and they've got the most incredible demands. I know someone who just sold the company for well over 100 million. They did have investors. He has spent the last 7 years working every hour and paid very, very little, working every hour. Yes, it's finally paid off. Not as much as you'd think, but yes, it has finally paid off. Never has to work again if he doesn't want to. But my goodness, the amount of pressure that you are under once you do that. The other thing too is the big announcement, no one really cares. Like,
Yeah.
you care, a few people will give you a pat on the back because the algorithm popped it up. But 3 days later, ask anyone if they remember. No one cares.
Yeah.
People only are thinking about themselves.
Yeah. One of the things, two more questions for you. One of the things is you are like the OG personal brand guy. You know, key person of influence. I remember reading that and thinking, brother, this is a whole new way of doing business. And one of the questions that people have asked here, quite a few people have asked is, let's say I'm picking a quote unquote boring niche, right? Let's say I am in the accountancy niche or the funeral care niche, right? And I want to become a key person of influence there. What are some of the frameworks I can use in order to become that key person in a very tight, unconventional niche?
So I have recently told people to stop worrying about the word niche and replace it with the word campaign, focused campaign. So rather than niching down, replace that with the words campaigning for. So think about
campaign for.
Campaign for.
Okay.
Right? So if I said I'm not niching down to accountants, I'm campaigning for accountants. I'm not niching down for dental practices, I'm campaigning for dental practices. So when we think of the word niching down, it feels like I'm going to deliberately limit myself to be small and I'm never going to change and I'm never going to grow. When we go on a campaign for, it's like, okay, I'm actively targeting that group, but I could actively target more groups later on. So think about Nike. When Nike launched, they launched with something called a jogging campaign, jogging shoe, and it was this big national campaign about going out and jogging. Jogging was a new thing that no one had ever heard of, right? So they pioneered this idea called jogging, and they created the jogging shoe. So that was their first campaign. If you fast forward to today, they have a campaign for basketball, campaign for tennis, campaign for CrossFit, campaign for women's golf, right? So all these campaigns. So they're not niching down, they're campaigning for these particular things. So just think of it as purely and simply, it's a 6-month drive, it's a 6-month campaign to go after a very focused ideal customer. And you're just going to go after them. You're going to outreach to them. You're going to send them through ideas. You're going to try and capture their imagination. You're going to connect with a problem or a pain that they have. You're going to show them a process as to how they can solve that, and then you're going to introduce them to the prize, right? So what you want to do is when you're campaigning for, you're going to talk about problem, process, prize. Here's the problem that you face. Here's the process for solving it, and here's the prize that you get when you solve it. And I can help you do all of those things, right? So you're going to campaign for, and you're going to say problem, process, prize, and you're just going to go after them for that.
And actually, in your cheat code that you get when you pre-order, we actually talk about the 3 Ps. Like we actually talk about and so.
I thought I just made that up just then.
No, you started on a podcast. So we took that and we then show how you can use that for any other industry. Final question for you, actually, and is based off one of my amazing, lovely cheat codes here. Actually, it's 2. So cheat code number 3 is make it easy to win, right? And it's all about, I showed how I could do that with my environment. But I would love to know from you a recent time in which you've basically stacked the odds in your favor, where the outcome that you wanted was just like, oh yeah, this is obviously going to happen because you made it easy to win.
So a recent time that comes to mind is that we were thinking about launching a new AI startup. And actually I had a couple of different ideas. One idea was an idea called Entity. And that was the idea of turning your business into a talking, communicative entity where your business could talk back to you. You could ask your business questions and it would come back. And the other idea was to create a video scripting tool that would help you to script great content, and that it would allow you to kind of it helped like pre-production for all content. So around the same time, I launched waiting lists for each, where we basically said, hey, we're launching this campaign in 2026. If you're interested in this product, join the waiting list. If you're interested in this product, join the waiting list. What happened is that for Entity, which was the one I was probably most excited about, only about 700 people joined the waiting list. But for the video production tool, 4,300 people joined the waiting list. A lot more people joined the waiting list for that.
By the way, sorry, on that, how did you get people to actually join the waiting list? Was it through email? Was it through a webinar? Was it just LinkedIn?
I posted it on my socials. I sent out some DMs to people who I thought might be interested. I probably sent out a few hundred DMs.
Oh, wow, okay.
I made some live videos introducing people to it. And I put together about 4 or 5 partnership retweets where people I just asked a few people, could you repost this or retweet it with your comments and say, looks like Daniel's up to something new,
wow,
check it out.
That's a hack.
So a few things like that, right?
Nice.
But what I wanted to know was the comparison. Are people more interested in this or this? Because I have a preference. My preference was this one.
That's interesting.
But the market had, 6 times more interest in this one. 600% more interest in the other one.
Yeah.
So when we asked people to join the waiting list, we asked them 5 questions. We said, tell us a bit about you. Tell us a bit about what you're trying to achieve relating to video production content. Tell us the biggest problem that you've trying to solve. How much would you be willing to pay per month? And are you an angel investor, or would you be interested in seeing the angel investor presentation? Now, out of 4,300 people who said, I'm joining the waiting list, 600 people said, I would be interested in seeing the angel investor presentation.
Wow.
So then, those people, we sent them an invitation to a Zoom call where we presented our business plan, and within 1 week, we'd raised £500,000 from really selected angel investors where we chose and we selected who are the angel investors.
Yeah.
We actually, step by step, we said, you've got to apply to be an angel investor. You've got to answer all these questions. You've got to be a genuine high net worth. You've got to have ways to add value to the project. You can only invest a little bit. I think we only let the biggest angel investors put in 15 grand. So we limited them down to small amounts, but lots of angel investors.
Wow.
So it was super easy. From idea to waiting list to $500,000 of funding was a couple of weeks.
Wow. Wow. I think one of the most interesting things for people on the live here, right? Like, there's going to be a part of you which is going to say, oh yeah, but that's easy for Dan, right? But I want you to acknowledge that part of you and tell that part of you to shut up. Because actually, the principles of what he's just said, which is don't build out the product straight, create a pent-up demand, create a wait list. When you have that wait list, segment them so that you have people who could be your angel investors, people who could tell you how much would you pay for this. Basically solve a bunch of the different problems early on before you then commit to an idea. And also, I think a big principle that I take from you, that I take from Simon as well, is the way that you guys think about compressing time. You don't go, oh, well, this thing should take me 9 months, so therefore it's going to take 9 months. You went from, this is the idea, this is what the market wants, here's how we can get investors. Oh, we're going to get investors signed. You did that in 2 weeks, something that typically would take people 9 months. The principle is almost like, going back to my talk I did, how do you speed run your business, which is actually extremely powerful. Like, that's the takeaway that I want you to take from this. I don't want you to just immediately go, oh, well, that's easy for Timo to say, or that's easy for Dan to say. These are clear principles.
Well, it's also, you've known me long enough to know that a couple of years ago, I wasn't very well known. So, like, I was okay known. Like, a few thousand people knew who I was. But it was only, like, 2 years ago that Stephen Bartlett put me on Diary of a CEO and Ali Abdaal brought me on his podcast. Prior to that, I had a few thousand followers across most of my platforms, maybe 2 to 20,000 followers on all of my platforms, but pretty normal numbers. It's only recently, but I've been doing this for 20 plus years.
Same principles,
and it's the same principles. It's not the fame that has allowed it to happen. If anything, the fame is a bit of a distraction. It's just having a focused strategy, working with people. If ever I needed fame in any of my businesses, I just partnered with the person who already had it. Like, I never was particular. I just saw that as a resource. Okay, it would be nice to be well known. Find someone who is well known and let's partner with them.
That's actually another thing in your speaker G codes, where we actually put in the fact that one thing that you do very well is that you say, well, here is the outcome that I want. Who already has the audience? Who already has the brand? How do I tap into that? Maybe give them a percentage of the business. Maybe give them a revenue share, because we know that's going to grow the path out. And that's amazing. I have a final thing, which is actually the question from this. So one of the things that is cheat code number 4 from this book is do it scared, right? Now, you come across to me as a guy who doesn't fear anything, but I don't think that's true.
Doesn't feel anything.
Yeah.
I felt that.
Wait, yeah. But I want to know, when was the last time that you did something where you felt scared and you still did it? And what is the learning that our audience can take from that? He's like, when did I feel scared? Never.
No, it's not that. Look, within a very narrow set of entrepreneurial things, for me personally, within that narrow set of things, I've not been scared in a long time. I guess I was scared going on Diary of a CEO for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
That was definitely scary because I knew millions of people would watch it. And also just like the whole setting of being in the, like you've watched the podcast and you go on there and it's like, oh, okay, I'm now on there as a guest. And I felt a lot of insecurity around the fact that some of the other guests who had come before me were multi-billionaires, like the founder of Spotify, the founder of Airbnb. They'd all been on in the weeks leading up to my episode. There was these people who had built massive, global, iconic businesses, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh wow, I don't belong on this show, right?" So there was definitely a fear there. And then those episodes of those billionaires, they got 300,000 views to 400,000 views. My episode got 3 to 4 million views. And I said to Stephen, I said, wow, what do you think? Why do you think I got 4 million views and they, the founder of Airbnb got 1/10 of that? And he said, relatable beats impressive. And I went, relatable beats impressive? He said, yeah. He said, what you've achieved is more relatable. And that is more important than being impressive because when you're super impressive, people go, oh, I couldn't do that. And it was really funny because I realized that sometimes you compare yourself to people who are super impressive and you overlook the fact that you've got something worth 10 times more, which is relatable.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay. So amazingly, that was a really good lesson that came from pushing past that particular fear.
That's so interesting because that links a lot. Like through the talk and through the stuff I've shared in the book, I've like consistently talked about things like growing up in South London, growing up, just like in chicken and chip shops. I've like told you about my stage school. I've told you about, all of these lyrics that I listened to, which helped me. And a big thing, I remember talking with my publisher about this, Penguin. There were some chapters that we had which were like too much of a, Timo is this guru guy. And I was like, bro, I want to tell them about my red Toshiba laptop. I want to tell them about the time when I was like hanging out in Claridge's, and I want to tell them about the fact that like it is genuinely to me such an amazing thing to like take my mum back to Claridge's and be like, hey mum, I actually sat there 7 years ago and like here we are having lunch.
It's so funny. I saw you did a video about Claridge's the other day and it had like 25, 30,000 views.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, poor Claridge's. Claridge's are going to have all of these broke entrepreneurs setting up an internet cafe.
Well, what was actually amazing was that Claridge's actually DM'd me.
Please stop.
Please take this off. No, they said like, thank you for
No, they're amazing. I got married at Claridge's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, there you go. And the founders...
By the way, we just walked in. And we just were dressed in our wedding thing, and we just walked in and we ordered some with our red Toshiba laptop, and we got married.
Well, the founder Intensive are not going to need a red Toshiba laptop. We're going to enjoy ourselves after a hard day of work. But all I can say is, Dan, I want to appreciate you very much for coming. Thank you, guys. Give a round of applause.
Cheers, man.
Lovely, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. And as you know, as I said, you also get Dan's cheat codes as well if you pre-order now. If you pre-order and help us to get to that Sunday Times bestseller. So if you pre-order now, you get Dan's cheat code, you get Tim's cheat code, you get Chris's cheat code, you get Lara's cheat code, you get Simon's cheat code, you get all of that. And also the book as well if you pre-order now. And you also would get all the other stuff I mentioned, like the MBA in a day where I shot videos specifically for you to help you to get to that next level of business. The roundtable, as I showed you, like 20 people paid me $5,000 for an hour just to teach them how to build a sellable business. And my goal planner, literally the thing that I use to plan out my entire goals. You get all of that if you pre-order. Now, look, if you see all of that, and you get all of that and you're like, yeah, I don't want to pre-order, and I don't know how much is it? Is it £23 or something, right? I don't want to spend £23 after I get the book, after I spent an hour getting all these gems from people and I get their own personalized playbooks and I get this and I get that. Then, brother, I don't know what to do for you, bro. I don't know what to do for you. I mean, this is completely off script and it's fine because there's no script anyway. But like, I don't know what to do. If we have given you the playbooks, if we have given you the roadmap, if we've helped you change your mindset through this book, if we helped you do all of that and you still are like, well, actually, no, I don't want it, then do you know what? You were just never one of our people. And that's completely fine. Like, that's completely fine. Like, there are people in the world who just want to, like, watch and just watch. And that's fine. That's completely fine. But this, as you created this entire package and everything, is for the people who want to make sure that 2026 is the year that they absolutely obliterate their goals, and we are going full Monty to make it happen. Full Monty to make it happen. There you go. You shouted? Well, there you go. Woo! So, we have come to Habibi and Habibtis. We have come. I was on an interview recently. I think it was like an ITV interview, and they asked me a question, and I started off with Habibti. And the woman was like a 45-year-old white woman. And she looked at me thinking, what are you talking about? And I said, Susie, don't worry about it. So, let's go on to the next thing. Now we are announcing the big prize. The big prize, the big prize, the big prize. Now, we have given 1,000. We have given 1,500. We have also given 2,500. And you have seen that this is being done live on here. It's not like, yeah, we'll give it to you back. So now we come to the big prize. The big prize. This deserves a gong, I think. Big prize. 3, 2, 1, gong! Woo! You see, no one actually told me that a gong keeps reverbing every single time. I'm definitely going to get tinnitus from this, but it's okay. Right, so we have come to the big prize, and that is the £5,000 prize. Now, the £5,000 prize is for the best idea that was pitched, and is, most importantly, an idea that I think can really, really meaningfully help people, and it can really, really scale. And when we bring on the person, I want them to share some things about how they came up with the idea, how it actually is going to help the world, how it's actually going to help their customer, because it's very, 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 very cool. So, another thing, actually, I actually really like about this idea is this. It is, so in my book, a big thing that we talk about is basically how to come up with new ideas. And one thing you probably heard Chris say, and I wanted you to remember, is that you want to surf the right wave, right? You want to be in a wave and in an industry where it's like everything is growing, and so as a result, if that grows, then I grow. Another thing that you have heard me talk about is that originality is overrated. And what I mean by that is I don't like new ideas. What I want to see is this worked in this industry, and now I'm going to use it for this new audience, for this new interest, for this new niche, for this new pain point. Because that is the way that you build scalable ideas. So, the winner of the £5,000 pitch contest is Callum! Let's go! What's up? How are you? All right, so Callum, you have business, and the best way to describe it is, you said it's like Strava for grassroots football. But before that, I want you to tell the world who you are. Maybe come in the middle here. Go.
Hello, I am Callum, and I am building Strava for grassroots sport. Sometimes I speak about it in the context of football because it's easier for people to understand, but if there's any investors in the room, I want you to know that this works for all grassroots league-based sports, but also not only in the UK, in Europe and the world. And about me, I have been running a business organising sports events for companies in London for the last 6 years. And I came to this idea from obviously running a business, but also playing sport my entire life. And the way that we collect and utilize data in grassroots sport is completely archaic. And I'll give it to you in the context of football. There are 15 million people that play football in the UK every week. 3.4 million of those play competitively. That's over 300 million simple data points that already exist in the game. Never mind where this could go in years to come. So let me break this down to you in real terms. I just think there's a massive opportunity to gamify grassroots sport. So you've been talking today, you've had some famous guests on. Say we've got a team called What's Stopping You FC.
Oh yeah, big
and
team.
maybe let's talk about a player we've got. Dan Priestley was just on the stage from the Sunshine Coast, and maybe he's in goal. Everyone that's on this platform maybe playing What's Stopping You FC. Let's say, Have You Got a Dream United, Simon Squibbs, the gaffer. Leading up to this game, everyone gets a notification being like, oh, watch out, or maybe not watch out. Quid's in, Dan Priestley's in goal, and it looks like you're going to be scoring a lot of goals tonight. And it's just gamifying that experience that makes the experience more enjoyable for the players involved. And I think there's a massive opportunity to improve the experience. And just kind of to summarize, looking at Strava, I break down Strava into two simple concepts. And it essentially takes the core functionality of tracking runs, tracking cycles, combining that with community. And I think we can do the exact same thing for grassroots sport. I want to know what Fred, who kept me out of the football team in Year 7's doing. He's on the bench for Tooting Beck now, but that's okay.
All right, amazing. All right, no, come on. All right, guys, can we go? Congrats. So what we are going to do, as I mentioned, is, well, actually, interesting. I'm going to do something even different. So of course, so you get the cash, great. You join the coaching call with the others on this, great. But actually, I also realized something. As you were talking, I realized that I know two very interesting people. One of the people is actually the head of brand at Heineken. And I know Heineken sponsor a lot of football, of course. And so I think actually we could go to them. We could say, hey, do you want to be a brand sponsor in the app? Do you want to do that? That would be a big thing. But the second thing I was thinking about, so would someone like Footy Addicts be a good person for you? Are they a competitor for you? Like, what's the deal there?
So in my existing business, we actually partnered with Footy Addicts, and they're great people, and something like that would be perfect.
Okay, well, an intro coming to Footy Addicts will be coming along. So now we can make sure that nothing is actually stopping our dear friend Callum. Give it up for him. Well done. Good job, good job, good job. So as you can see, we are funding, we are funding ideas, we're funding dreams, we're funding people to actually go and do the thing. Now, we have gone through a lot today, right? We have gone through a lot. We have gone through understanding how to overcome what's breaking you. So I want to ask the audience here. I ran you guys through the CLEAR framework, right? What is the C for? People can't hear it on there, but yeah, what's the C for? Clarity. The L is for what? Loud. Again, the L is for what? Loud. Amazing. The E is for what? Environment. The A is for what? Avoid. And then finally, the R is for what? There we go, Sonny Jim. All right. Now, as I mentioned, that is the 12 framework. That is the 12 framework that brings everything together. The 12 cheat code that brings everything together. Now, we have done all of this, right? I've been on stage for the last 4 hours. And
Sorry, Tim. I've got to interrupt you. So
I hate when my team does this, bro.
He loves it, really. So this has been like such an amazing talk. You know, I think all of the audience here and at home have learned so much from you, coming from such a humble beginning, from a council estate in London, you know, just a young black kid, to go and exit a business for 8 figures, to now even be having this book out there, people buying it is just so sensational. But it's even more amazing that we can now announce we've blown past the 5,000 mark, and we've all but guaranteed you are going to be the Sunday Times bestseller. The team has put this together. Everyone make some noise for Tim Harvey!
Oh my God, no, this is not you, this is a we.
Let's get a close up, everybody.
This is true. Thank you guys. This is amazing. Can you hear the gong?
And of course, thanks to the gong, we hit 25 sales. We sold out the package.
You're right. This is insane. Fuck, that's insane. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would take a bit longer. Wow. Okay, do we hit the gongs?
Yeah, hit the gong.
All right, guys, can you hold this? That's quite cool. Oh. That's cool, man. That's cool. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for, thank you. Thank you for everyone who has contributed to this. You know, when, you know, sometimes when, especially if you're like entrepreneurial or like business minded, you kind of, the main way that you mark a lot of, success is basically like financial, right? You're like, oh yeah, raise more money. Like doing this book, right? Because I actually, at the beginning, I didn't feel like doing a book, right? I was like, well, I could post a piece of content and that'll be seen by millions of people. Oh yeah, that's great, right? But when I started writing the book, I was like, that 15-year-old version of me, that like 21-year-old version of me, like that guy who, I didn't think I'd cry, that's so funny. I didn't, like that guy, I was thinking, man, like that guy who had to go through so much stuff, like that guy who was just constantly be like, I want to make it, and then constantly failing, and then small success, and then flopping. You know, like that guy who, as I mentioned, like my dad passing away, I don't have any siblings, and I remember like my mom arguing with her so much, and I remember thinking, man, like that guy, if I could just talk to that guy and say like, it will be okay, and just do this, like just do these things. Don't worry, things will be difficult, just do these things. That guy could really use this book. Like that guy could really use this book. And when he is frustrated or when he is angry or when he's thinking, am I going to make it? When he's going on social media and he's like thinking, oh man, all these guys have made it, or all these guys are doing this and I'm not doing anything. Like, what can that guy basically take and go, oh shit, like if this guy can do it, then I can do it. And not only just like be inspired, but be like, oh shit, like he is talking about how to come up with the ideas, how to build this network, how to do this. Like if this guy can do it, then I can do it. And so that's why we kept putting so much effort into this. And I remember yesterday, when I was going through my slides outside, I was with a friend and I just turned to her and I was like, I just realized like we actually don't need to do all this. Like we actually don't need to put on a live event. Like we don't need to get Simon. We don't need to get that. Like we don't actually need to do all this. We could just say, all right, guys, here's the book. Get it. It's great. Like why would we do this, right? And as I mentioned in the talk, like it really is because that person, that kid, that person who just really wanted to do it, who just desperately wanted to just be someone important, and these frameworks helping us, Chico is helping them. I really want this to just be given to millions. I know I said in the talk, I said hundreds of thousands, but I really want millions of people to basically read this and just get unstuck. Like I really want millions of people to see this and go, fuck, like if he can do it, I can do it. And I'm going to just do what he does and do what he says, and I'm going to do it. And my dearest wish is that we have a bunch of people who say, man, that book genuinely did change my life. Like that book genuinely did help me. And so, anyway, I just want to say, look, like it's not, you know, the Sunday Times bestseller is cool, and if we get it, great. But like the people who are going to get this book, the people who this is going to be in their hands, whether it's Sunday Times bestseller or not, fine, great. But it's just an arbitrary thing. right? The people who are going to get this book, the stories we're going to hear, the impact that we're going to drive, the businesses that are going to come, the people who are going to say, hey, I read this, and then I started a business and they retired my mum. Like, I've had people watch a video of mine, start a business, and then like their mum, they've started a business with their mum and they've retired their mum. And I see that and I'm go like, fuck, man. Like, that's amazing. And so it's the impact and the stories that we want. That's why we wrote this book. So I just want to say, like, thank you to everyone who has come here. Thank you to my team. Thank you to my mum for all the fucking effort she made. Like, thank you for, even though I was a very annoying, frustrated kid, like, thank you so much, because, like, I could have ended up in fucking foster care, man. Like, there's so much shit that happened. And I just want to say, yeah, thank you to my team. Thank you to the organizers, the venue. Thank you to the AV team. And, like, all the people who bought this, all the people who have helped us to get into the schools, the prisons, the chicken and chip shops. Like, thank you all, because this book is going to change lives. I'm so fucking sure of it. That's why we put so much fucking effort into it. That's why we put so much fucking money into this, because we want this to change lives. We know it can change lives. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thanks. Thanks. Anyway, in the slides, we said, like, and then it ends with a celebration. But anyway, yeah, thank you. I don't know how to end this. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone on live. I don't know how many of you guys are on there, but I just want to say thank you for giving up for 4 hours 20 of your time. I know you've got gems from all these people. Thank you to Chris, thank you to Tim, thank you to Laura, thank you to Simon, thank you to Dan for giving up your time. Thank you to all of you guys. If you bought a Founder Intensive, thank you so much. If you just bought a book for yourself, thank you so much. If you bought a book for your friend or your family member, thank you so much. To be honest, if you weren't in a position to buy a book, that's also fine. Like, thank you for sharing this. Thank you for sharing this on Insta. Thank you for sharing this on Twitter, on Tumblr. Just thank you for giving your time. And thank you. All right, Tumblr, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Peace. Can you play some drill music or something? Gong, for the final time. One last gong. All right, for the final time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. That's funny. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.